The 100 Years' War, a prolonged series of conflicts lasting between 1337 to 1453, primarily fought between England and France. This struggle was ignited by disputes over territorial claims and the legitimacy of the French throne, particularly after Edward III of England claimed the French crown, citing his mother's lineage as the basis for his right to rule. The war saw several pivotal battles, including Crécy, Poitiers, and Agincourt, which highlighted the evolving nature of medieval warfare, notably increasing importance of infantry and the use of the longbow. The conflict eventually culminated in the rise of French nationalism and the solidification of a more centralized French state under Charles VII, significantly aided by figures such as Joan of Arc, whose involvement became a turning point in the war and a lasting symbol of French unity and resilience. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do, there's a link to a Patreon in the description. Otherwise, liking the video and leaving your comments down below helps YouTube show other people. Now, if you're after something quintessentially medieval, you're certainly in the right place. The 100 Years' War, figures like Edward III, the Black Prince, and Joan of Arc, knights and battles and castles, it has it all. Thus, the video is going to be in 2 parts, just so we can make it as detailed as possible. Of course, a war of this magnitude could have 10, 15, 20 parts, but I'm going to try and keep it just to 2 parts, for all of our sakes. Now, without further ado, I would like you to become relaxed, take a deep breath, and we can begin. When Charles IV of France died in the year 1328, Edward III of England was the closest male relative, through his mother Isabella, Charles' sister. The legal question at hand was whether Isabella could pass on a claim she herself could not hold, as succession laws restricted the crown to male heirs. The French aristocracy instead chose Philip, the Count of Valois, Charles IV's first cousin, to become King Philip VI, setting a precedent for the French crown's succession that Edward III and his descendants would contest for generations. Initially quite hesitant, the young Edward III, aged 17, and Duke of Aquitaine, formally paid homage to Philip VI in 1329. Gascony, a significant part of Aquitaine in southwestern France, was pivotal economically due to its claret wine trade with England, which the English had gained quite a taste for, thus bringing considerable revenue to the English crown. Now, the Gascons, having distinct language and customs, preferred the more hands-off governance of their distant English king over the more direct control of a French monarch. Despite Edward's homage, the French continued to meddle in Gascon affairs, including military skirmishes and bureaucratic pressures in the region, especially in the French-controlled area of Agenais. Additionally, the French summoned support from local lords for potential conflicts, indicating ongoing tensions despite Edward's formal submission. The broader politics of the landscape was also tense. During the 1330s, France supported Scotland, England's adversary, complicating relations even further. In Flanders, while the cities relied on English wool and favoured England, the nobility was pro-French. The situation escalated when Philip VI gathered a fleet for a crusade, later repurposed as a threat in the English Channel, signaling aggressive intentions towards their northern neighbours. Influential in Edward's court was Robert III of Artois, an exile from the French court due to a dispute with Philip VI. In 1336, Philip demanded Robert's extradition from Gascony, threatening severe consequences. This demand, coupled with the confiscation of Edward's territories in Gascony and Ponthieu the following year, was cited as a direct cause for escalating conflict. The seizure of Gascony by Philip VI in 1337 marked a critical moment, prompting Edward III to devise a military strategy aimed at maintaining English control in Gascony while also preparing an invasion from the north. This dual approach was to be supported by a broad alliance of continental allies, to whom Edward pledged over £200,000, an amount that is equivalent to around £65 million today. I believe that's about 70 million US dollars, something like that. To fund this costly venture, Edward capitalized on England's wool trade, planning to sell 30,000 sacks through English merchants to generate an estimated £200,000, which would be loaned to him for the war effort. Additionally, substantial loans were secured from major banking houses like Bardi and Peruzzi, and later, in a financial crunch, the merchant William de la Pole provided a crucial lifeline with a £110,000 advance, pulled from his buddies who were also other English merchants. Edward's financial strategies extended to high-interest loans from Low Countries merchants, who demanded solid repayment assurances, resulting in the Earls of Derby and Northampton being held as collateral. In 1339, Edward requested a £300,000 grant from the Commons, which they eventually offered in exchange for concessions. These financial maneuvers delayed Edward's invasion plans, providing the French with an opportunity to redirect their resources and also launch an offensive into Gascony in December of 1338, capturing Saint-Macaire and Blaye. Oliver Ingham, the Seneschal of Gascony, faced the daunting task of defending the region with limited local resources and without reinforcements from England. His strategy largely consisted of retreating to fortifications and enduring the siege while managed to secure allegiance of the Lord Albret in 1339, which allowed for some offensive raids into French territory. Meanwhile, the English naval defense was slow to mobilize, allowing the French, with their hired Genoese galleys, to conduct raids along the English coast in 1339, hitting Portsmouth, Southampton, and Guernsey. A significant French naval assault targeted the Cinque Ports, but encountering prepared Kentish defences at Sandwich, they shifted their focus to Rye And no, that sentence is not a joke. They are just the two names of the town, Sandwich and Rye. Only to face the newly assembled English fleets under Robert Morley. Now, misjudging the size of the English forces, the Genoese mercenaries retreated to France, ending their campaign after disputes over pay led to a mutiny. Now, despite these French naval incursions, England's coastal defences remained largely intact, barring significant damage to undefended locations like Hastings. Concurrently, the English military's focus on France weakened their position in the north, enabling the Scots to recapture key locations, including Perth in 1339 and Edinburgh in 1341, exploiting the reduced English presence in the region. Edward III, under pressure to achieve military success, gathered an army of approximately 12,000 men in the Low Countries by September, drawing from his various allies. With Cambrai, an ally of the French king, as an initial target, Edward's forces laid siege to the bishopric on September 20th. Despite ravaging the surrounding area, Cambrai withstood the siege, and on October the 9th, Edward's army withdrew, moving deeper into France. As Edward focused on Cambrai, King Philip VI of France used the time to assemble his forces at Péronne near the border. Edward's troops continued their destructive march across a 20-mile-wide swath of French countryside, prompting Philip's army to closely monitor their movements, albeit without engaging in direct battle. On October the 14th, with the French army in proximity, a confrontation seemed inevitable as Edward approached them, but then veered off, continuing his path of devastation. The armies finally positioned themselves for battle in Picardy, between La Capelle and La Flamengrie. But no battle ensued on the anticipated date of October 23rd. At nightfall, Edward strategically retreated from France, ending his campaign without a decisive conflict. And the French? They chose not to pursue them. Meanwhile, the economic ramifications of Edward's embargo on English goods to Flanders, which remained loyal to Philip, incited a revolt in 1337 due to the absence of essential English wool and food supplies. Jacob van Artevelde, leading the revolt, negotiated Flemish neutrality in exchange for lifting the embargo. By December, Flanders was prepared to formally support Edward's cause against Philip, with Ghent, Ypres, and Bruges recognizing Edward as the King of France. This political maneuver aimed to consolidate Edward's alliances in the Low Countries, enabling his supporters to assert their allegiance to what they saw as the legitimate King of France. Back in Gascony, the English defences, already stretched thin, received unexpected relief when two French-supporting nobles, the Count of Armagnac and the Count of Foix, became preoccupied with a personal feud rather than combating the English. Additionally, significant support came from the Albret family, notably Bernard Hayes, the Lord of Albret, who declared allegiance to Edward in the same year of 1339. The Albrechts, holding a pivotal lordship in English Gascony, provided critical financial and military support to Edward's campaigns, leveraging their extensive family connections to bolster English forces in the region. In 1340, the French amassed an impressive invasion fleet, including French, Castilian, and Genoese ships, totaling around 400 vessels gathered together in the Zwain estuary. Lacking purpose-built warships, Edward III of England modified deep-draft merchant ships, known as cogs, for naval use. Edward set up his command on the cog Thomas and sailed from Orwell, Kent, on June 22nd to meet the superior French fleet the next day. The French fleet adopted a defensive stance off Sluis, aiming to block Edward from landing. Initially feigning retreat, the English capitalized on a favorable wind shift in the late afternoon to launch their attack, positioning themselves with the wind and the sun at their backs. Edward devised a tactical formation, sending ships in groups of 3, 2 filled with archers, and another filled with men-at-arms. The proximity of the French ships to one another hampered their mobility, allowing the English archers to decimate the French from close range before the men-at-arms boarded to complete the assault. This decisive action at the Battle of Sluis nearly annihilated the French fleet, ensuring English dominance over the Channel and thwarting further French invasions. Meanwhile, in spring of the following year 1340, Philip VI of France had planned a major offensive against Edward III's allies, but shifted focus following the calamitous defeat at the naval battle of Sluis. Edward split his forces. One contingent under Robert of Artois faced a destructive encounter in Artois on June 26th, while Edward himself commenced the siege of Tournai, a significant city which was then a part of France. The prolonged siege lasted until September, when Philip approached the main French army, leading to a stalemate and the eventual signing of the Truce of Esplichin on September the 25th, 1340. This truce paused hostilities for 9 months, marking the end of the conflict's initial phase, but certainly not the end of the conflict. Now, the war's financial and political toll was of course substantial, prompting a reassessment of alliances and military strategies. The German princes withdrew from the coalition, leaving only the Flemish burghers as steadfast allies. Back in England, Edward faced increasing domestic opposition due to the high costs and minimal gains of his continental campaigns, compounded by significant territorial losses in Scotland. The financial strain pushed Edward towards bankruptcy, necessitating selective repayments of debts. While some creditors received full payment, others, notably the major Florentine banking houses of Bardi and Peruzzi, did not. Contemporary chronicler Giovanni Villani, connected to the Peruzzi, exaggerated Edward's debts somewhat, which were substantial but not solely responsible for the Florentine financial crisis. He was probably just trying to blame it on an outside influence. Good strategy. Indeed, the broader economic turmoil in Florence, including the bankruptcy of the Acciaioli a major financial company that had no dealings with Edward at all, indicates that the English king's defaults were, yes, a contributing factor, but definitely not the sole cause of the disruptions. Well, upon the death of John III, Duke of Brittany, April 30th, 1341, a contentious succession crisis unfolded due to his lack of direct heirs. The key contenders for the dukedom were his younger half-brother, that being John of Montfort, and his niece, Joan of Penthièvre, the daughter of his brother Guy. Despite Joan's close blood relation to John III, the recent French laws concerning female inheritance, which had barred Edward III from the French throne, suggested that women might not be eligible to inherit significant titles. Jeanne was married to Charles of Blois, a nephew of the French king, which added another layer of complexity to the succession. Well, John of Montfort did not wait for a royal decision and proactively assumed the title of Duke, taking control of Nantes, the capital of the Brittany region, and securing the ducal treasury at Limoges. Oh yes, that was the important part. By mid-August, he had gained control over the majority of the duchy, including its principal cities, that being Nantes, Reims, and Vannes. However, his swift actions polarized the local nobility and clergy, with only the minor clergy, knights, and peasantry supporting him. This, of course, led to another civil war. Philip IV of France supported Charles of Blois as the rightful duke, which of course prompted John of Montfort to flee back to England and beg some support from Edward III, pretty please. Despite the ongoing truce of Esplechin, Edward agreed to assist Montfort. Thus, Montfort returned to Brittany to rally his forces, but by November he found himself besieged by a French army in the city of Nantes. The city's residents eventually surrendered him up to the French, and he was taken back to Paris for an extended stay in the dungeons. With John of Montfort imprisoned, leadership of the Montfortist faction fell to his wife, Joanna of Flanders. She established her base at Hennebont in southern Brittany, managing to hold off Charles de Blois' forces over the winter of 1341–42. Her strategic leadership maintained vital connections between Brest and Hennebont, facilitating the arrival of English reinforcements, which helped recapture quite a bit of lost territory. In August 1342, further English support arrived with the Earl of Northampton, who landed at Brest and swiftly captured Vannes. Subsequent battles saw the English forces, including those led by Richard d'Artois, score a victory near Morlaix. However, Robert d'Artois, wounded in the taking of Vannes, later died in England, and the French, under Olivier de Clisson, retook Vannes. Edward III himself arrived in Brittany in the late October of 1342, and then he retook Vannes back and advanced to besiege Rennes. The French mobilized to confront him, but the potential clash was avoided when two cardinals brokered the truce of Malestroit on January of 1343. Despite the official truce, hostilities persisted in Brittany, with Edward III finally consolidating control in the May of 1345. The prolonged truce between England and France, officially established to facilitate peace talks and address mutual war exhaustion, significantly impacted both nations. In England, the heavy tax burden, coupled with the manipulation of the wool trade, left Edward III grappling with substantial debts, which he spent the subsequent years trying to clear. The economic strain was evident as the king struggled to balance the fiscal demands of warfare with domestic economic stability. Back to France, under King Philip VI, they faced their own set of financial challenges. The absence of a centralized authority capable of imposing taxes across the kingdom forced the crown to negotiate directly with various provincial assemblies. During the truce, many of these assemblies resisted tax levies, adhering to traditional feudal customs that exempted them from taxation, during peacetime at least. To generate revenue, Philip VI resorted to debasing the coinage and implementing two highly unpopular taxes, as opposed to the popular ones, I suppose. These taxes being the foage, or the hearth tax, and the gabelle, a tax on salt. Now, of course, a tax on salt is serious business, because everybody uses salt. You have to preserve your food somehow, don't you? So a tax on salt was basically like putting a tax on grain or any sort of other common food stuff, going up to the northern Europe and putting a tax on potatoes. It's basically the same. So this was not good for the lower classes, but certainly gets you quite a lot of money if you can keep the people paying it. These measures only added to the already discontent public's woes, and it only really made things more unstable in France. In 1343, significant administrative changes occurred in Gascony, a key region for the English side. Oliver Ingham, the then Seneschal of Gascony, was recalled back to England, and Nicholas de la Beche replaced him. De la Beche's tenure was marked by strict adherence to the Truce of Malestroit, although he struggled to maintain civil peace within the duchy. The increasing insecurity in the region was evident, as de la Beche required a substantial armed escort to follow him around everywhere he went. That ought to tell you something, reflecting the growing unrest and the challenges of enforcing the truce. The truce had also unintended consequences for the numerous soldiers left unemployed by the cessation of hostilities. When you build a wartime economy, you have so many people engaged in conflict, and all of a sudden, they're all unemployed. They have nothing to do. They either get very drunk and cause trouble, or go and start fulfilling careers in other areas. Most of the time it's the former. Many of these soldiers, rather than returning to a life of poverty, going back to being peasants in the fields, formed or joined what were called routier companies. That was bands of mercenaries that roamed around the countryside looking for work. Now, as these groups, comprising veterans from various regions including Gascony, Brittany, other parts of France, Spain, Germany, and England, exploited their military skills to rob and loot local communities. Indeed, they were more just bandits than mercenaries. When a job came up, sure, they would take it on, make a bit of money. Some local lord or noble wanted some people shaken down for some tax money or whatever else it was. But most of the time the more direct approach seemed to be a little bit more time efficient. They were basically turning into the few hundred years earlier Vikings that had invaded. They were effectively the same sort of thing. Well, of course, these sorts of routier companies were quite a few, and they were notorious for their ruthlessness, often resorting to methods as far as torture and murder to sustain themselves. Your money or your life. The routier companies frequently sieged strategic towns or castles, using them as bases to plunder the surrounding areas. Their presence became a significant problem during the truce, as they would demand ransom from towns to avoid complete devastation. The issue of routiers persisted as a major security concern until the 15th century, when reforms in taxation allowed for the establishment of a regular army, incorporating many of the more disciplined routiers and restoring a measure of order to the regions afflicted by their depredations. Well, on July the 5th, 1346, Edward III embarked on a significant campaign, departing Portsmouth with a fleet of approximately 750 ships, carrying between 7,000 to 10,000 men. Accompanying him was his son, Edward the Black Prince, who had recently turned 16 years old and been titled the Prince of Wales. I have a full video on him, by the way, if you want to go watch that. Well, the expedition marked the start of a major invasion across the English Channel, and on July the 12th, Edward's forces made landfall at Saint-Vaast-la-Hauge on the Cotentin Peninsula. Now, we're very lucky to have a chronicle from Jean Froissart, which describes the events here. So we'll read from a contemporary source now. When the King of England arrived in the Hauge Saint-Vaast, the king issued out of his ship, and the first foot that he set on the ground, he fell so rudely that the blood burst out of his nose. The kings that were about him took him up and said, "Sir, for God's sake, enter again into your ship, and come not aland this day, for this is but an evil sign for us." Then the king answered quickly and said, "Why, this is a good token for me, for the land hath desire to have me." Of which the answer all his men were right joyful. So that day and night the king lodged on the sands, and in the meantime discharged the ships of their horses and other baggages. There the king made 2 marshals of his host, the one the Lord Geoffrey de Harcourt, and the other the Earl of Warwick, and the Earl of Arundel. And he ordained that the Earl of Huntingdon should keep the fleet of ships with 100 men of arms and 400 archers. And he also ordained 3 battalions, one to go on his right hand, closing to the seaside, and the other on his left hand, and the king himself in the midst, and every night to lodge all in one field. End of the passage from the Chronicle of Jean Froissart. Edward III's army progressed through Normandy, committing to a scorched earth policy rather than holding on to territory. Thus, Philip VI of France mobilized a large army to counter this invasion. Edward's forces engaged in two significant battles during this march, the storming of Caen and the Battle of Plantagenets, both of which ended in English victories. Unable to outmaneuver Philip's forces definitively, Edward positioned his army at Crécy, where the ensuing Battle of Crécy took place. Despite the French numerical superiority, their attacks were systematically thwarted by the skilled English and Welsh archers. The French forces suffered heavy casualties and were ultimately forced into retreat, marking a decisive and, frankly, humiliating defeat for Philip. Well, following the victory at Crécy, Edward continued north and laid siege to Calais, successfully capturing the strategic port city in 1347. This victory was complemented by another English success at the Battle of Neville's Cross, where the Scots under David II were defeated, significantly diminishing the Scottish threat. While the onset of the Black Plague in 1348 stalled further military campaigns as it ravaged populations across Europe, including England and France, straining military and financial resources. By 1350, Philip IV, the sixth rather, had passed away, and his son, John II, ascended to the French throne, continuing the conflict. During this period, tensions escalated between England and Spain due to repeated Spanish acts of aggression against English maritime interests. Well, they weren't going to have that, weren't they? In response to the reports of the Spanish arming themselves in Flanders, Edward III remarked on their continuous provocations and prepared for a confrontation. In August of 1350, the Spanish fleet, laden with armaments and mercenaries armed to the teeth, attempted to pass along England's south coast, targeting potentially vulnerable English towns. Edward's fleet intercepted them at the Battle of Winchelsea on the 29th of August, 1350. The battle, which lasted until dusk, saw English archers inflict severe losses on the Spanish before boarding their ships. The engagement ended with significant Spanish losses, capturing nearly half of the fleet, while the remnants fled under the cover of night, mirroring the earlier naval triumph at Sluis. Well, despite the presence of a truce, the spirit of chivalry and rivalry persisted in Brittany, culminating in the Battle of the 30 in 1351. This event was essentially a chivalric tournament rather than a traditional battle, orchestrated between Robert de Beaumanoir, a Breton who commanded the garrison at Josselin, and Richmond Bambro, an English commander at Ploermel. They agreed to a contest where 30 knights from each side would engage in combat with sharpened weapons. The English contingent included renowned men-at-arms like Robert Knowles and Hugh Calverley, although Bambro had to include German mercenaries to reach the required number of 30. The combat was fierce, lasting the entire day, and it ended in a French victory. True to the chivalric ideals, the French victors ransomed many of the captured English knights. That ought to show 'em. Well, like we've said, the Black Death loomed over everyone's head quite ominously, and it reached England in 1348, drastically affecting the population and temporarily halting military campaigns. By the mid-1350s, however, England began to recover, allowing Edward the Black Prince to resume hostilities in France. In 1355, he launched a series of brutal raids known as chevauchées from Gascony, aiming to demoralize the French populace, undermine their leaders, and strain the financial resources of the French crown. These raids involved extensive looting and the systematic destruction of property to weaken the enemy economically and also psychologically. The conflict escalated in the August of 1356, when the Black Prince himself, leading a campaign deeper into French territory, found himself and his army threatened by a larger French force under King John II. The ensuing confrontation at the Battle of Poitiers on the 19th of September 1356 initially saw the English forces, reliable on their formidable longbowmen, successfully repelling multiple French cavalry charges. Good old longbow, nothing beats that. Well, as the battle intensified, and the English archers began running out of arrows, the situation grew a little desperate. However, a tactical maneuver by the Gascon noble, Captal de Buch, led to a flanking attack that captured King John II and even several of his nobles, turning the tide decisively in favor of the English. The capture of the French king led to a significant political instability in France, naturally. A truce was hastily signed with Edward III, and the absence of King John caused governmental functions to falter. The ransom for the king was initially set at 2 million écus, but John, valuing his status, insisted it be raised to 4 million, underscoring the high stakes and heavy burdens of ransom warfare during the period. Well, it culminated in the First Treaty of London in 1358, which established the ransom for King John II of France at 4 million, with the initial payment due by November 1st, 1358. However, the French never paid. In response, the Second Treaty of London was signed on March 12th of the following year, 1359, which stipulated that, in place of John, hostages would be held, including 2 of his sons, several nobles, 4 Parisians, and 2 citizens from each of the 19 upper major French towns. With these hostages secured, John returned to France to raise the necessary funds, while the treaty granted England vast territories, effectively restoring the Angevin Empire. During John's efforts to collect the ransom, his son Louis of Anjou escaped from captivity in Calais in 1362. Ashamed by his son's actions, and preferring to adhere to the code of honor, John voluntarily returned to captivity in England, where he remained until his death in 1364. His funeral in England was marked by great chivalry, honoring him as a noble adversary, and one who acted in the proper and upright manner befitting of a king. Well, meanwhile, France faced internal turmoil with the 1358 Jacquerie peasant revolt, driven by the war hardships and abuses by nobles and mercenary companies. This revolt saw peasants, led by Guillaume Caille, committing atrocities against the nobility in northern France, before being decisively defeated at the Battle of Melun. which was of course followed by brutal reprisals. In 1359, leveraging the instability of France, Edward III sought to capture Reims, aiming to strengthen his position. Despite extensive preparations by the city's inhabitants, Edward's siege lasted 5 weeks but ultimately failed. Edward then moved his army to Paris and later to Chartres. At Chartres, a catastrophic hailstorm caused significant casualties, prompting Edward to consider peace a little bit more seriously. Negotiations initiated by the Dauphin led to the drafting of the Treaty of Brittany, ratified at Calais on October the 24th, 1360. This treaty saw Edward renounce his claim to the French throne in exchange for full sovereignty over an expanded Aquitaine and Calais. In the aftermath of the Treaty of Brittany in 1360, where Edward III of England renounced his claim to the throne in exchange for full sovereignty of Aquitaine, relative peace ensued between England and France. Relative. However, regional conflicts continued, notably in Brittany and Castile, which influenced the broader Anglo-French negotiations. The War of Breton Succession, a significant regional conflict, persisted despite the formal peace. The English supported the Montfort family, representing the male line of succession in Brittany, while the French, they backed the House of Blois, advocating for the heir general based on Brittany's acceptance of female succession. This divergence led to prolonged hostilities, culminating in the English-backed Joan of Montfort defeating and killing the French-supported Charles of Blois at the Battle of Auray in 1364. Although John of Montfort secured his position, he had to acknowledge the suzerainty of the French king to maintain his title peacefully, diminishing many of the strategic benefits for England. While during this period of the nominal peace, many soldiers once again found themselves without employment, leading to widespread pillaging across France. These conditions prompted Charles V of France to engage these forces under Bertrand de Guesclin, a skilled Breton commander, to intervene in the Castilian War on behalf of Henry of Trastamara against Pedro the Cruel of Castile. Pedro, seeking assistance against Du Guesclin and his supporters, enlisted the aid of the Black Prince, who successfully reinstated him after the Battle of Najera. However, Pedro's failure to compensate the Black Prince and his allies led to his ultimate downfall, with Henry of Trastamara reclaiming the throne and establishing alliances against England. It was this shift that significantly impacted English interests in Castile, culminating in attacks on English merchants and naval raids along England's southern coasts, which shifted maritime dominance back towards France. The Black Prince, seeking to recuperate his financial losses, imposed high taxes on Aquitaine, leading to unrest among the Gascons, who appealed to the French king as their feudal lord. However, by the terms of the Treaty of Brittany, the French king had relinquished his suzerainty over Aquitaine. The French court, revisiting these terms, claimed that Edward III's renunciation was flawed, asserting ongoing French suzerainty over the region. When Charles V summoned the Black Prince to address these grievances. He refused. Tensions then escalated, leading to the renewal of hostilities in what became known as the Caroline phase of the Hundred Years' War. This phase marked a resumption of the conflict, driven by unresolved territorial disputes and broken alliances. With Charles V resuming hostilities again in 1370, France, as the most formidable state in Western Europe, was very well positioned against England, lacking in strong military leadership. Edward III was aging, and the Black Prince, once a formidable force, was incapacitated by illness. The death of John Chandos in 1370, a pivotal English commander, was just another blow in the already weakened English military capabilities. Under the strategic guidance of Bertrand de Guesclin, appointed Constable of France, the French adopted a strategy of attrition. This approach focused on gradually reclaiming territories ceded at Brittany, rather than engaging in major battles. This incremental method proved effective with the recapture of Poitiers in 1372. A severe blow to the English efforts came with the naval defeat at La Rochelle in August of 1372. An English convoy, vital for supplying reinforcements and funds to Aquitaine, was intercepted and defeated by a Castilian fleet. This loss not only deprived the English of crucial resources, but also heightened their vulnerability to French and Spanish raids, further isolating Gascony and spurring domestic opposition for the war. Jean III de Grelly, Captal de Bouche, an influential Gascon noble fighting on England's side, was captured during these engagements, and, despite his value, Charles chose not to ransom him, fearing his military prowess. So, he was simply imprisoned until his death in 1376, removing another key player from England's strategic reserves. In response to these setbacks, the English conducted several chevauchées into French territory. These raids, designed to devastate the French countryside and undermine Charles V's authority, involved fast-moving forces, burning and pillaging everything as they went. John of Gaunt's chevauchée of 1373 was particularly ambitious, planned over 3 years to traverse from Calais to Aquitaine, and despite initial successes, Charles V's tactics of avoiding confrontation and protecting his peasantry in fortified towns blunted the impact of these raids. The campaign suffered further as English forces, monitored by Du Guesclin's lieutenant Olivier de Clisson, faced numerous challenges. They lost significant numbers of men and matériel while crossing the rivers Loire and Allier. By the time the remnants of Gaunt's army reached Bordeaux on Christmas Eve, 1373, they were ravaged by disease and starvation, significantly weakened and unable to maintain their campaign. The failures of these campaigns sparked widespread discontent in England, particularly towards John of Gaunt himself, whose political influence was marred by his unpopularity and inability to secure a favorable peace with France. By 1373, the territorial gains England had secured at Crécy through the Treaty of Brittany were effectively all gone, leaving England with little more than it held prior to these victories. In an attempt to broker peace, Pope Gregory XI orchestrated the Treaty of Bruges in 1375, initiating a 12-month truce between France and England as a sort of permanent cessation of hostilities. The negotiations, led by Philip II, Duke of Burgundy for France, and John of Gaunt for England, ultimately faltered, mainly over the status of Aquitaine. England demanded full sovereignty over the region, while France insisted that it remain under the control of the House of Valois. Despite the Pope's efforts to mediate a resolution, the talks collapsed, and by 1377, hostilities resumed. This period saw personal changes in the English monarchy. The Black Prince had passed away the year before in 1376, and in the following year, Edward III had died, leaving the throne to his 10-year-old grandson Richard II. It was under Richard II's rule, and later his disposition by Henry Bolingbroke, being Henry IV, that the English under the House of Lancaster revitalized their claims to the French throne, although substantial military action would not resume until later. Charles V of France died in September of 1380, and his young son, Charles VI, succeeded him, with the county governed by a regency led by his three uncles. Despite the military successes during his reign, Charles V's policies unraveled posthumously. He had ended the war taxes, which were critical for funding the French military efforts. When the Regency attempted to reintroduce these taxes, widespread popular revolts, known as the Harel, erupted, starting in Rouen and spreading to Paris and other northern cities. The regents were compelled to repeal the taxes to quell the unrest. Power to the people. Further complicating the politics was the onset of the Great Schism in 1378, instigated by Charles V's support for the Avignon Pope Clement VII. This schism split the Church and diminished the papal authority significantly, undermining efforts to mediate peace in the 100 Years' War. The fractured papacy, struggling with its internal legitimacy, was unable to exert meaningful influence over the warring factions. Thus, despite numerous peace conferences through the late 14th century, no lasting resolution was achieved, and the war dragged on, fueled by deep-seated national rivalries and intermittent hostilities. The Civil War of Succession in Castile in 1366 pitted the forces of the incumbent ruler, Peter of Castile, against those of his half-brother, Henry of Trastamara. During this conflict, the English crown had supported Peter, while the French backed Henry. The French, under the leadership of Charles V, dispatched a substantial force of 12,000 men led by Bertrand de Guesclin, a notable Breton who had risen to prominence as one of France's leading military commanders, to aid Trastamara's bid for the throne. Peter sought assistance from the Black Prince, ruler of Aquitaine, and a key English figure, who initially hesitated due to concerns over the implications of the Treaty of Bretigny. Eventually, acting more so in his capacity as the ruler of Aquitaine rather than a representative of England, the Black Prince intervened. He led an Anglo-Gascon force into Castile, successfully restoring Peter to power after defeating Trastamara's forces at the Battle of Najera. Well, despite the victory, the Castilians reneged on their financial agreements with the Black Prince, who was already having enough of a hard time. He was struggling with poor health. Upon his return to Aquitaine, the prince attempted to recoup his losses by imposing a hearth tax. This move was met with resistance, particularly from Arnaud Amanieu VIII, the Lord of Albret, who had supported the prince in the Castilian campaign but grew increasingly discontented with the influx of English administrators in the region of Aquitaine. Albret, along with other Gascon lords, flatly refused to pay the tax and ran straight over to Charles V's side on the French side of things to get his support. In response, Charles V summoned the Gascon lords and the Black Prince to his high court in Paris to try to mediate and resolve this dispute. The Black Prince's defiant response had hinted at military actions. He had basically said, yeah, I'll show up, and I'll bring a few thousand men with me and mop the floor with you. This, of course, did not ease tensions. In fact, it led to the resumption of the war. Edward III subsequently reclaimed his title as King of France, but by the end of 1369, Aquitaine was engulfed in another revolt, largely spurred by Charles V's declaration that all English possessions in France were now forfeit. Meanwhile, Henry of Trastamara seized the opportunity to launch a second invasion of Castile, with the Black Prince no longer present to defend Peter. This culminated in the Battle of Montiel in the March of 1369, where Peter was killed, effectively ending his rule and allowing Henry to assume complete control. The new Castilian regime aligned itself with France, providing naval support that was instrumental in the French victory over the English fleet at the Battle of La Rochelle in 1362, marking a significant shift in the naval power dynamic, as the British, before this battle, had already won significant naval victories and effectively controlled the English Channel. Well, after La Rochelle, that changed. In the August of 1373, John of Gaunt, together with John de Montfort, the Duke of Brittany, embarked on a military campaign from Calais, commanding a force of over 9,000 men. This operation, a typical chevauchée, which was kind of like a raid essentially, initially was met with very little resistance, as French forces were way too dispersed and spread out to effectively counter the English movements. In some areas, there were simply no French soldiers at all, and the English just walked right in like they owned the place. In fact, if you ask them, they did own the place. Well, however, as the English army went further south, this was not the case. The French began to gather their forces and adopted a strategy of avoiding direct engagement, specifically under the directives of Charles V. No, instead they targeted smaller detachments of the English army that had become separated from the main group, either for raiding or foraging for food. They set up ambushes, they lied in wait, they placed bait for them to come and take. You would find the French hiding in little farmhouses, waiting for the English to come and pick the food out of the fields. Out would come the French to, well, do whatever they needed to do. Well, this tactic of shadowing and harassment culminated in October of that same year, 1373, when the English found themselves completely surrounded and cornered against the river Allier by 4 different converging French armies. Managing to cross at the bridge at Moulins, the English, however, suffered significant losses. And it wasn't just losses in terms of manpower. All their baggage and everything they had looted was gone. The French just simply took it all back. The dire situation for the English continued and continued to worsen as they moved across the harsh terrain of the Limousin Plateau, facing increasingly severe weather conditions. Thus, the army suffered substantial losses, both human and equine, with many soldiers compelled to abandon their armor and march on foot due to the exhaustion and death of their horses. In fact, food became so scarce that they would choose between transport and a meal. The poor old horses, well, I can't feel too sorry for them. Horse is pretty nice, actually. I've been to Kyoto, don't worry. Well, by December, the remnants of Gaunt's army had reached the relative safety of English-controlled Gascony, and ultimately arrived in Bordeaux, albeit in a state of utter destitution, having lost more than half of the 30,000 horses they had initially set out with. So, more or less, this whole ordeal, though it started out pretty well, quite promising, it ended up being a gigantic waste of time, with a lot of dead men and a lot of dead horses, albeit most likely very tasty ones. Well, the deteriorating health of the Black Prince saw him return to England in early 1371 amidst the declining health of his father. The Black Prince's condition worsened, leading to his death on 8th of June 1376. His father passed the following year, on June 21st, 1377, and the crown passed to the Black Prince's young second son, Richard II, who was only 10 years old at the time, as Edward of Angoulême, his first son, had already passed away. Now, under the Treaty of Brittany, the English had expanded their territorial holdings in France, but these gains were progressively eroded by a revitalized French military strategy under leaders like Du Guesclin. By 1380, England's possession in France had been reduced to Calais and a few other minor ports. Richard II's succession at such a young age meant that no regent was appointed. Instead, governance was managed by successive councils, a structure preferred to a potential regency under John of Gaunt, who it was pretty obvious to anybody who had been in a 5-foot radius of him, he was very much eyeing off the throne for himself. Well, Richard's reign was marked by significant internal challenges I've already made a video about Richard and a video about the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. I'm yet to make a video about his conflict with Scotland in 1384–85, but it is on the list. But one thing you can be sure of is Richard was a busy boy. His fiscal policies, particularly the levies imposed to fund military endeavours and fortify Calais, contributed to the growing discontent with his rule. In 1380, the Earl of Buckingham led another expedition to support the Duke of Brittany, laying siege to Nantes in November. However, the lack of expected support from the Duke of Brittany and severe attrition forced Buckingham to lift the siege by January 1381, with Brittany compensating him quite nicely to withdraw. Well, it was around this time, 1380, the death of Charles and Duke Escalin left France without its strategic leadership. And, of course, the young Charles VI ascended to the French throne. The governance of France was managed by his uncles during a regency, continuing the war effort against England, but hampered by quite a bit of internal strife and financial constraints. In 1386, Philip II of Burgundy failed attempt to invade England, highlighted the ongoing financial and logistical challenge that France was facing, exacerbated by failed tax levies and widespread resistance from the populace. Indeed, to fund the wars of aggression, they decided to tell the people, we're going to tax you and take more of your money. The people did not like this, and they got very angry. Seeing how angry the people were, the government changed their mind. Crazy how that works, isn't it? Well, this period saw both nations engaging in more proxy wars, such as the conflict in Portugal from 1383 to 1385. And while the wars were still going on, this reflected a broader slowdown in the pace of the 100 Years' War, at least between France and Britain, and it led to the period between 1389 and 1415, which is referred to as the Second Peace. Now, the 100 Years' War, already deeply unpopular due to the heavy taxes levied for its funding, further fueled discontent among the English populace, culminating in the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. The revolt was partly motivated by the financial strain by the ongoing war efforts. Richard II, who ascended the throne as a child, displayed very little interest in war. Really, he preferred instead to focus on the consolidation of power around his own court and favoring his close friends and advisors. This approach, of course, alienated many, including powerful lords within his realm, who thought that having a ruler who didn't want to fight everyone next to him was a little bit of a strange idea. Well, by 1388, an influential group of nobles, known as the Lords Appellant, frustrated with Richard's governance and his circle, seized control of the government for themselves. They managed to charge 5 of Richard's closest associates with treason during the so-called merciless Parliament. Although they took control of the council, the Lords Appellant struggled to muster the necessary financial support to rekindle the war efforts in France. The tide turned for Richard in the year 1389, following the return of his uncle, Joan of Arc, from Spain. With Gaunt's support, Richard was able to gradually restore his authority, little by little clawing back the power he used to have. Well, by 1397, some 8 years later, he felt sufficiently strong enough to strike back against the Lord's Appellant, effectively neutralizing the main threats to his power. However, this political stability was short-lived. Following John of Gaunt's death in 1399, Richard disinherited Gaunt's son, Henry of Bolingbroke, who then returned from exile, quickly gathered support, and ultimately deposed Richard, declaring himself Henry IV. Well, all of this internal turmoil in England, it had repercussions beyond its own borders, that is for sure. Some good, some bad, depending on who you ask. In Scotland, the instability invited frequent border raids, prompting military responses that culminated in the Battle of Homildon Hill in 1402. Disputes over the division of spoils from this battle ignited a fierce conflict between Henry IV and Henry Percy, the first Earl of Northumberland, leading to the near destruction of the Percy family by the year 1408. In Wales, Owain Glyndwr capitalized on the chaos in England by declaring himself the Prince of Wales in 1400, leading a significant rebellion against English rule, the most severe of rebellions since Edward I's conquest of Wales in the late 13th century. In 1405, Glyndwr formed alliances with France and Castile, leading a combined Franco-Welsh force deep into England, while Spanish forces conducted their own coastal raids. Despite the initial successes, the Glyndwr Rising was eventually quelled by 1415, though it did temporarily restore a degree of Welsh independence. And to this day, if you ask any Welshman about it, they'll tell you, at least any Welshman who's ever opened a book and is literate. It certainly left a lasting legacy on Welsh nationalism. Now, the mental breakdown of Charles VI in 1392 plunged France into a period of regency, dominated initially by his uncles and later by his brother, Louis of Valois, the Duke of Orleans. The politics in France had become increasingly chaotic, as a power struggle ensued between the Duke of Orleans and Philip the Bold. That's B-O-L-D, not B-A-L-D, by the way. He was the Duke of Burgundy. Upon Philip's death, his son, John the Fearless, inherited the conflict, but found himself at a bit of a political disadvantage due to his more distant relation to the king. In a drastic move, John orchestrated the assassination of Louis of Orleans, an act that quickly exposed his involvement and shifted political power to the Armagnac family, who were adversaries of the Burgundians. By 1410, the internal conflicts in France had escalated into a full-scale civil war, with both Burgundian and Armagnac factions seeking English support to gain an advantage. This ongoing strife culminated in the capture of Paris by the Burgundians in 1418, an event marked by the brutal massacre of the Count of Armagnac and thousands of his followers by a crazed mob within the city. During this period, England was not free from conflict either, as it faced significant destruction from pirate raids that impacted both trade and naval operations. Under Henry IV, England resorted to state-sanctioned privateering as a means of conducting warfare on the seas, indirectly applying pressure on its adversaries. This strategy was reciprocated by the French, who, under Scottish protection, launched similar raids against English coastal towns. These raids, combined with domestic and dynastic issues, confronting both England and France, led to a lull in direct military conflict between the two nations for about a decade. Upon the death of Henry IV in 1413, his son, Henry V, ascended to the English throne. Meanwhile, in France, the ongoing mental illness of Charles VI meant that governance was effectively in the hands of the royal princes, whose rivalries only deepened the divisions within the country, as they were all kind of just waiting for Charles to go away, and however they were going to make that happen, well, that wasn't important. Well, in 1414, Henry V received ambassadors from the Burgundian faction at his court in Leicester. He also sent envoys to the French court with demands for territorial concessions and the marriage to Catherine of Valois, Charles VI's daughter. In August of 1415, King Henry V of England embarked on a significant campaign by sailing to France with a force of approximately 10,500 men. His initial target was the port city of Harfleur, which capitulated after a prolonged siege on September the 22nd. The extended resistance at Harfleur consumed much of the campaign season, forcing Henry to adjust his strategy. Instead of marching directly on Paris, he opted for a raiding expedition across France towards the English-held Calais. During this maneuver, reminiscent of earlier English campaigns such as Crécy, Henry's forces found themselves outnumbered and completely depleted of supplies, compelling them to engage a considerably larger French army at the Battle of Agincourt. Despite the numerical disadvantage and the logistical issues, the English achieved a decisive victory. The French suffered a catastrophic defeat, with a significant portion of their nobility, about 40%, killed in the battle. Concerned about the security risk posed by a large number of French prisoners who outnumbered his own troops, Henry just decided to execute them all. I mean, that solves the problem, technically. Well, the successful English campaign continued with the capture of major Norman cities, including Caen in 1417 and Rouen in 1419, effectively bringing Normandy under English control for the first time in 2 centuries. Well, things shifted again with the assassination of John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, in 1419, leading to an alliance between Henry V and the Burgundian faction. This culminated in the Treaty of Troyes in 1420, where Henry married Catherine of Valois, the daughter of King Charles VI of France. Well, also, yes, she was 6 years old at the time of the wedding, but This is somewhat more elaborated on in my video about Richard II. I'm not going to harp on about it here, because every time Richard II comes up, they always call him a PDF file. Well, maybe he was, but maybe you should just watch the Richard II video. Well, the treaty, this Treaty of Troyes, stipulated that Henry's heirs would inherit the French throne, and Dauphin Charles VII was declared illegitimate. Henry's military endeavors continued with the siege of Meaux in October of 1421, which proved challenging and extended over 7 long months, before the town finally surrendered in the May of 1422. It was around this time where Henry's health began to deteriorate, and he passed away on August 31st, 1422, in the royal castle at Vincennes. His death was followed shortly by that of Charles VI in October, leaving the infant Henry VI as the successor of both the English and the French thrones. Well, Henry's death marked a pretty critical moment, with the Duke of Bedford appointed to oversee English territories in France. The subsequent military campaigns, particularly the Battle of Verneuil in 1424, showcased the continued effectiveness of English archers and led to significant victories that bolstered English positions in France. Of course, Joan of Arc's arrival at the Siege of Orleans in 1429 marked yet another turning point in the 100 Years' War, revitalizing the French morale and shifting the momentum against the English. The English had besieged Orleans since 1428, but lacked the forces to completely encircle the city. Joan, asserting divine guidance and a fervent belief in the Dauphin's rightful kingship, bolstered the French resolve, and led a spirited offensive that compelled the English to abandon the siege. Once again, if you want a lot more detail, full video on Joan of Arc, medieval playlist. Now, following the lifting of the siege, Joan's influence spurred the French to seize several key English strongholds along the banks of the Loire River. The reinvigorated French forces then pursued the English, culminating in the Battle of Patay in 1429. It was at Patay that French cavalry decisively breached the English longbowmen's defences, leading to a catastrophic English defeat, where they lost over 2,000 men, and John Talbot, the first Earl of Shrewsbury, was captured. The victory paved the way for Dauphin's procession to Reims, where he was crowned Charles VII on July 16, 1429. Despite this resurgence, the French still faced setbacks, such as the unsuccessful siege of Paris in September 1429, after which Charles retreated back to the Loire Valley. Amidst these events, Henry VI of England was crowned king in 1429, and also crowned King of France in 1431 in the occupied Paris. However, the English position in France weakened further when Joan of Arc was captured by Burgundian forces at Compiègne in 1430, and subsequently handed over to the English. She was tried and executed in 1431, but was posthumously pardoned in 1456. The English war effort suffered after Joan's death, particularly following the Congress of Arras in 1435. This Congress intended to negotiate peace faltered due to the very unrealistic English demands. Shortly after, a significant political shift occurred when Philip the Good, the Duke of Burgundy, deserted the English alliance to sign the Treaty of Arras with the newly crowned King Charles VII, effectively returning Paris to French control. Of course, this defection marked a critical loss of English influence in France. Now, the death of John, the Duke of Bedford in 1435, further destabilized English governance, and he was later replaced by Richard Plantagenet, the third Duke of York. During the intermediate periods of truce throughout the Hundred Years' War, Charles VII utilized the time effectively to centralize and strengthen the French state. This period allowed for significant reforms in military organization, shifting from traditional feudal levies to a more structured and professional army, which could leverage its numerical superiority much more effectively. Innovations in artillery during this time, catapults, trebuchets, and the like, also meant that the French could conduct sieges with greater efficiency, employing cannons as well to breach castle walls that previously would have withstood prolonged sieges. By 1449, the French had managed to retake Rouen, and momentum continued in their favor. In 1450, at the Battle of Formigny, French forces under the command of the Count of Clermont and Arthur de Richmond, Earl of Richmond, dealt a critical blow to the English. Richmond's timely flank and rear attacks were pivotal, as they came just as the English were close to defeating Clermont's forces. The following year, Charles VII focused on Gascony, the last English stronghold in France. Bordeaux then fell in June 1451, but was briefly retaken by the English under John Talbot in October of 1452. The English hold was definitively ended following their defeat at the Battle of Castillon in July of 1453. The battle, marked by the effective use of French artillery arranged by Jean Bureau, resulted in heavy English casualties, and also the death of Talbot. Although the Battle of Castillon in 1453 is traditionally and frankly widely considered the endpoint of the Hundred Years' War, the formal state of war between England and France continued until 1475, where they signed the Treaty of Picquigny. This treaty, which secured peace by offering Edward IV of England a significant cash sum and even an annual pension, effectively ended English claims to French territories. Now, despite this, the title of King of France continued to be claimed by English monarchs all the way up to the year 1803, a practice finally abandoned during the Napoleonic Wars as a gesture towards the exiled French king living in England. Now, the war's aftermath saw significant unrest back in England as landowners dealt with the financial repercussions of lost territories. This discontent is often cited as the contributing factor to the civil strife that preceded it, the War of the Roses, which erupted in 1455. The conclusion of the Hundred Years' War in 1453 marked a pivotal moment in European history, ending a chaotic and tumultuous era that had its origins all the way back in the Norman conquest of 1066, when William the Conqueror, Duke of Normandy, became the King of England. A complex feudal allegiance was established. As a vassal to the King of France through his holdings in Normandy, yet an equal as King of England, William's dual roles planted the seeds of a centuries-old Anglo-French conflict. It was this duality that created inherent tensions, as his successors on the English throne inherited not just a kingdom, but a contentious claim over a vast French territory. Well, by the war's end, England was stripped of its expansive continental dominions, retaining only the port of Calais, until it was also lost in 1558. This dream of an Anglo-French dual monarchy, envisaged by several English monarchs as they sought to exploit their historical claims, was irrevocably shattered. Of course, the social and cultural impacts of this profound conflict were also wide-ranging. In England, the war fostered a deep-seated antipathy towards all things French. Some things never change, Well, despite this, the Norman conquest of all these earlier times had definitely woven French into the very fabric of English society. In fact, the only reason why I'm speaking the way I speak, and you are understanding me the way you do, is because of the amount of French that was rammed into the English language, whether you like it or not. Well, French was the language of the ruling classes, you see. Also law and high commerce until the mid-14th century, when more proper English began to reassert itself. But you see, by then, English had changed so much. Of course, it didn't help when the plague happened and we had something called the Great Vowel Shift. But, well, once again, a story for another video. Well, by 1385, and that's after the plague, French was no longer used in the educational system, signaling a shift towards linguistic and national identity. Albeit, they didn't go back to the old ways. The repercussions of the war weren't just limited to territorial and linguistic changes, but they were rather instrumental in reshaping the national identities of both England and France. In France, the devastation wrought by decades of warfare on French soil paradoxically accelerated the centralization of royal power, moving the country towards a more modern state system. The French monarchy thus began to consolidate power, reducing the influence of feudal lords and laying the groundwork for a centralized administrative and military apparatus. Conversely, in England, the political and financial upheaval resulting from the military failures abroad sowed the seeds of internal conflict and led quite directly to the Wars of the Roses. This dynastic civil war from 1455 to 1487 further drained English resources and stability. Just one war after another. In fact, it's been highlighted by modern historians how opposition to the protracted war in France helped mold political culture in England, fostering a growing aversion to military conflicts perceived as contrary to national interests. But then again, who decides what is contrary to national interest? This sentiment became particularly pronounced as the economic and human costs of such wars became deeply apparent, without any corresponding benefits. Further complicating things during this period was the devastating impact of the Black Plague, which drastically reduced populations all across Europe. France saw its population cut in half, with Normandy and Paris experiencing more severe declines. Of course, England, too, suffered significant population loss, ranging from 20 to 33%. The demographic collapse exacerbated the already difficult economic situation, also undermined the feudal order, and strained the resources necessary for prolonged military campaigns. In the broader context of state formation, the 100 Years' War exemplified the role of interstate conflicts in shaping fiscal and administrative capacities. The existential threat posed by the English occupation forced the French monarchy to innovate financially, notably through the implementation of regular taxation that enabled the maintenance of a proper standing army. This shift was a critical step in the evolution of the modern state, reflecting a transition from feudal obligations to a more centralized and organized bureaucratic system. The necessity of defending the realm from foreign invasion justified the expansion of state power, an argument that gained acceptance even among the traditionally tax-averse French nobility. Thus, the legacy of the 100 Years' War is somewhat multifaceted, influencing the trajectory of both England and France in their own profound ways. It shaped national identities, accelerated state centralization, and contributed to the overall re-evaluation of governance and military strategy in England, setting the stage for the modern age in Western Europe. Edward of Woodstock, also known as Edward the Black Prince, a paragon of medieval knighthood and medieval prowess, whose legend is woven into the fabric of English history. Born in 1330, he was the eldest son of King Edward III of England, and his life was marked by significant military achievements during the 100 Years' War. His leadership at the battles of Crécy and Poitiers not only demonstrated his tactical genius, but also cemented his reputation across all of Europe, which led to his knighthood at the age of 16. Despite his early death at the age of 45, the Black Prince's legacy as a chivalric hero and capable leader continues to endure, embodying the ideals of knighthood and valor of his time. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. If you like what I do and want to support the channel, there's a link to the Patreon in the description. Otherwise, help YouTube push it out to more people by liking, commenting, and subscribing. Now, with that out of the way, get yourself relaxed, because we will begin our history and biography of Edward the Black Prince. Edward was born on the 15th of June of the year 1330 at Woodstock in Oxfordshire, as the eldest son of Edward III and Queen Philippa of Hainault. His birth into royalty came at a time when his father, Edward III, was deeply entrenched in conflicts with France over territorial claims and the French throne itself. This animosity was rooted in familial ties, as Edward III's mother, Queen Isabella of France, was the daughter of Philip IV of France, positioning Edward III and consequently his son in the line of succession for the French crown. The situation escalated when the French king threatened to seize English lands in France, which sparked the 100 Years' War. Queen Philippa, Edward's mother, was the daughter of the Count of Hainault. Her marriage to Edward was orchestrated by Queen Isabella, who sought to secure Hainault's military and financial support to overthrow her husband, Edward II. The union was fruitful, producing 13 children, with Edward being the firstborn. Edward III ascended to the throne at the tender age of 14, after his father, Edward II, was deposed in 1327 by Isabella and the English nobility, due to Edward II's failed leadership and military defeats, particularly against the Scots. In an effort to reclaim lost territories, Edward III initiated military campaigns that mirrored the aggressive strategies of his grandfather, Edward I. His efforts culminated in the decisive Battle of Halidon Hill in 1333, where he avenged the earlier humiliating defeat at Bannockburn and restored English dominance over Scotland. This victory solidified Edward III's reputation as a formidable leader and earned him the epithet Great Champion of the English nation. Now, on to the young prince, whose upbringing was marred by the political and military dynamic of the time. On September 10th, Edward III allocated an annual allowance from the profits of the county of Chester for his son's maintenance, and by February 25, 1331, these funds were entirely assigned to Queen Philippa for the upbringing of both Edward and his sister Eleanor. In July of 1331, amidst ongoing internal tensions, Edward III proposed a marriage between the young Edward and daughter of Philip VI of France, aiming to stabilize relations through marital ties. On the 18th of March, 1333, Edward was formally granted the earldom and county of Chester. Several years later, in a Parliament session held on the 9th of February 1337, he was created the Duke of Cornwall, receiving the duchy through a charter dated on March the 17th. This distinction marked the first instance of a duke's creation in England, and the terms of the charter stipulated that the title was to be held by him, and subsequently by the eldest sons of the kings of England. Edward's education was overseen by Dr. Walter Burley from Merton College, Oxford. In March of 1334, the responsibility for managing his revenues was assigned to his mother, Queen Philippa, to cover the expenses of raising Edward and his two sisters, Isabella and Joan. By August 1335, amid rumors of an impending French invasion, Edward III ordered that Edward and his household relocate to Nottingham Castle as a precautionary measure. In late 1337, when two cardinals arrived in England to negotiate peace between Edward III and Philip VI of France, the young Duke of Cornwall met them outside London and escorted them to the king, accompanied by many nobles. On July the 11th, 1338, and again on May 27th, 1340, and October the 6th, 1342, Edward III appointed his son as guardian of the kingdom during his absences abroad. Although Edward was too young to engage in any significant governance, he left the council to manage the affairs. To strengthen his alliances, in 1339, Edward III proposed a marriage between the young Duke of Cornwall and Margaret, that was the daughter of Duke John III of Brabant, and in the spring of 1345, he urgently requested a marriage dispensation from Pope Clement VI. On May 12, 1343, Edward was made Prince of Wales during a parliamentary session at Westminster, where he was invested with a circlet, a gold ring, and a silver rod. He accompanied his father to Sluis on July 3, 1345, where efforts were made to persuade the burgomasters of Ghent, Bruges, and Ypres to recognize the prince as their lord, although this plan was thwarted by the murder of Jacob van Anteveld. The prince was then tasked multiple times with mobilizing troops from his principality and earldom for the military campaigns in France. Due to the heavy debts incurred in the king's service, his father authorized him to draft his will, ensuring that his executors could access all his revenues for a year if he were to fall in battle. Thus, on July 11, 1346, Edward, the Prince of Wales, embarked on a significant campaign along his father, Edward III. They landed at La Hogue, where the young prince was knighted by his father in the local church at Quetho. Following his knighting, Edward demonstrated early military prowess as he ravaged through Cotentin, contributing notably during the capture of Cannes and the skirmish at the ford of Plantagenets against Sir Godimar I du Fay, which allowed the English army to finally cross the Somme. Before the Battle of Crécy, on August 26, 1346, Edward and his father received the sacrament in Crécy itself, preparing for the conflict where Edward would command the right flank of the army. This unit included prominent leaders such as the Earls of Warwick and Oxford, and Sir Geoffrey d'Harcourt, among others, comprising 800 men-at-arms, 2,000 archers, and 1,000 Welsh foot soldiers. During the battle, after an initial success against the Genoese bowmen, Edward's forces faced a severe challenge from the Count of Alençon. At a critical moment, Edward's division was nearly overwhelmed, prompting his commanders to seek aid from Edward III. However, the king refused assistance, urging his son to win his spurs and earn the victory. Now that's some medieval parenting for you. Well, during this intense phase, Edward was thrown to the ground, only to be saved heroically by Sir Richard Fitzsimon, his standard-bearer. With additional support from the Earl of Arundel, they repelled the French attack. The battle saw significant French casualties, including the Duke of Lorraine and the Counts of Alençon and Blois, leading to a complete rout by the English forces. Well, after the battle, Edward III met his son with pride, commending him for his brave conduct. Together, they paid their respects to the fallen, including King John of Bohemia. Edward's valor at Crécy was a testament to his capabilities as a military leader, even at such a young age, and it was certainly a trial by fire. Say what you want about Edward III's throwing him into battle and not saving him, but certainly he did, as it was said, earn his spurs. Now, following Crecy, Prince Edward played a crucial role in the siege of Calais between 1346 and 47, where it was his job to conduct raids around the captured town, of which he accumulated substantial booty. He returned to England with his father in October of 1347 and participated in courtly festivities, including his investiture into the newly formed Order of the Garter in 1348. In subsequent years, Edward continued to support his father in military endeavors, including the Battle of Winchelsea in the August of 1350, where they confronted the fleet of Lacerda. During this naval battle, Edward's ship was almost sunk by a larger Spanish vessel. It was only through the timely intervention of Henry of Grosmont, the Earl of Lancaster, that they achieved victory. It seems to be a running theme that Edward, the Black Prince, certainly has a lot of good friends by his side. Of course, that always helps. In 1353, disturbances in Cheshire required Edward's attention, as he was indeed the Earl of Chester. He led an expedition to support the local justices, and he managed to quell the unrest, albeit extracting heavy fines from the local populace. His visit to Vale Royal Abbey, mistaken in records as Dulacres Abbey, led to a generous donation. In 1355, as Edward III prepared to rekindle hostilities with France, he assigned his son, Prince of Wales, a pivotal role in the campaign. It was time for the Black Prince to shine. Just quickly, it's such a cool name. I know that's off topic, but I keep saying it, and every time I do, the Black Prince has such a ring to it. Anyway, Edward was tasked to lead an army into Aquitaine, aligning with broader strategic movements that included coordination with the King of Navarre in Normandy and support for John of Montfort in Brittany by the Duke of Lancaster. This deployment into Aquitaine came at the behest of local Gascon lords, eager for the spoils of war. On July the 10th, Edward III officially appointed his son, the Black Prince, as his lieutenant in Gascony, granting him substantial autonomous powers, including the authority to receive homages. Thus, the Black Prince departed London for Plymouth on the 30th of June. However, adverse winds delayed his departure until September the 8th, where he finally set sail with a formidable fleet of about 300 ships. His force was indeed quite substantial, comprising about 1,000 men-at-arms, 2,000 archers, and a significant contingent of Welsh foot soldiers, alongside 4 earls who were notable figures of military command. Upon the arrival in Bordeaux, he was warmly received by the Gascon lords. A decision was made to initiate a swift, aggressive campaign before the onset of winter. On October the 10th, the Black Prince embarked on his campaign with a well-equipped force that included 1,500 lancers, 2,000 archers, and 3,000 light foot soldiers. This military venture quickly devolved into a ruthless marauding expedition across the counties of Juliac, Armagnac, Asterac, and the Comminges. Upon crossing the Garonne at Sainte-Marie near Toulouse, which was then defended by John I, the Count of Armagnac, the expedition laid waste to the region. The local garrison, under orders from the Count Armagnac, refrained from engaging the invaders, simply allowing the Black Prince and his forces to continue their destructive paths straight into the Lourdes. The campaign was marked by harsh tactics against the local population, particularly in Montxard, where the troops stormed the town, committed atrocities against its residents, and plundered wealth, including carpets, draperies, and jewels. The people of the region, described by the Black Prince as good, simple, and ignorant of war, were severely exploited. Notably, the only significant resistance came from the Monge, where the chatelaine ingeniously used beehives to fend off the English attackers. Very creative. The prince's army continued its path of destruction through Carcassonne, sacking the town but not the well-fortified citadel. Towns like Ormez and Trebes negotiated to avoid plunder, while Narbonne was not so lucky. Plans to assault the citadel at Narbonne were abandoned due to its robust defenses. Now, during this time, the Black Prince received overtures for peace from the papal court, but deferred any decision pending his father's directive. Ultimately, the expedition, which lasted 8 weeks and only saw 11 days of rest, concluded with the prince's uneventful return to Bordeaux. That being said, it was a very hard trip with all the treasure he had to carry back with him. On the 6th of July, 1356, Prince Edward embarked on an expedition through France to Normandy with the intention of supporting his father's Norman allies, including the King of Navarre and Geoffrey d'Arcor. He began this journey by crossing the Dordogne at Bergerac on August the 4th. As he progressed through regions like Auvergne, Limousin, and Berry, his forces engaged in widespread plunder and burning. His approach to Bourget led only to the burning of its suburbs, as he failed to capture the city itself. Edward then turned westward and launched an unsuccessful assault on the Issoudun between August the 25th and 27th. Meanwhile, King John II of France was amassing a formidable force at Chartres, prepared to defend the Loire crossings and reinforcing fortresses at risk of attack. After the failed siege at Issoudun, Edward retraced his route to Vierzon, which he captured, and then decided to execute most of the garrison. From Vierzon, upon realizing that crossing the Loire or joining forces with Lancaster in Brittany was unfeasible, he decided to return to Bordeaux, setting course towards Romorantin on August the 29th. Upon hearing that the French knights had withdrawn into Romorantin, Edward moved to assault the fortress on August the 31st. Despite the stiff resistance and personal loss of a friend which enraged him, Edward succeeded in capturing the fortress by September 3rd. Reportedly, he had used Greek fire to set its roofs ablaze. If you don't know what Greek fire is, it's kind of like an ancient form of napalm, the secrets of which we've somewhat lost since the fall of Constantinople. They've kind of figured out how to do it, but maybe it's not the same. Well, as he continued his march through Berry, King John II, having gathered a large army, crossed the Loire at Blois and pursued the English forces. Despite being significantly outnumbered, Edward commanded about 7,500 men compared to John II's upwards of 20,000. Edward maintained a parallel path to the French, staying just miles away. By September 17th, as confrontations began near Poitiers, Edward positioned his forces on the advantageous terrain, using the natural landscape and fortifications to strengthen his defensive position. Despite the French king's substantial numerical advantage, Edward's strategic positioning and preparation played a more important role. The prince decided to deploy his archers more effectively, using the terrain's hedges for protection. He set out an ambush that proved pivotal in the ensuing battle. On the morning of September 19th, the Battle of Poitiers commenced. French forces, attempting to break through the English defences, were decimated by English archers, as the French ranks faltered. The English counterattacked, leading to a comprehensive victory for Edward's forces. The battle then concluded with the capture of King John II and numerous French nobles, causing significant French casualties and resulting in a decisive English triumph. Following the battle, Prince Edward treated his royal captive with notable respect, serving him personally at dinner and refusing to sit at the same table, citing his unworthiness compared to the great king. Now, this is interesting because it was this act of chivalry that was praised widely, and it also enhanced Edward's reputation. So whether or not he was doing this as a genuine act of kindness and chivalry towards the French king, or if he just knew this would make him look very gentlemanly, well, that's a matter of debate. But either way, the result speaks for itself. Well, one thing that wasn't very gentlemanly was the amount of plunder he got from the campaign. And after securing these swaths of treasure, Edward returned to Bordeaux, where he spent the winter celebrating his successes. In March of 1357, he agreed to a 2-year truce, desiring to return to England. Despite some opposition from the Gascon lords over the removal of King John II to England, Edward quelled their dissent with a payment and left the governance of the region to local lords. He arrived back in England in the May of 1357, entering London triumphantly with King John II displayed prominently, albeit in a manner that some contemporaries and later observers alike may view as an act of calculated humility. Now, after his triumphant return to England, Prince Edward immersed himself in the vibrant court life, participating in numerous festivals and tournaments. By tournaments, we're talking the nightly tournaments, and yes, they're exactly what you're thinking. Jousting and fights and wrestling, all the rest. It is exactly as you think it is. Now, in May 1359, he and King Edward III, along with other challengers, held the lists at a joust in London. This event, proclaimed by the mayor and the sheriffs, absolutely delighted the people, especially as the king appeared in the guise of the mayor and Prince Edward dressed up as the senior sheriff. The extravagance of these festivities and the generous gifts Edward distributed to his friends led him into more than a few financial difficulties, stretching himself a little bit too thin while he was in the festive mood. Well, recognizing this, the king decreed on August 27th, 1359, that should Prince Edward fall in battle during the upcoming French expedition, his executors would have control of his entire estate for a period of 4 years to settle his debts. In October 1359, the Black Prince journeyed with his father to Calais to participate in the Reims campaign, part of the ongoing 100 Years' War. At the conclusion of this military endeavor in 1360, Edward played a role in the negotiations for the Treaty of Brittany. He was heavily involved in the drafting the preliminary truce at Chartres on May 7, 1360, which was established by proctors acting on his and Charles, Duke of Normandy's behalf. Following the campaign, it's likely that Prince Edward did not return to England until after his father, who landed at Rye on March the 18th. On the 9th of July, 1360, the Black Prince, along with Henry, Duke of Lancaster, again travelled to Calais, accompanying the French king. However, they had to return to England as the promised ransom installment was not ready, leaving King John II in the custody of Sir Walter Manny and other knights. In the October of the same year, 1360, Edward was present at Calais for the liberation of King John and the formal ratification of the Treaty of Brittany. He journeyed with King John to Boulogne for a ceremonial offering before returning with King Edward III to England in early November. On October 10th, 1361, Prince Edward got married to Joan of Kent. What, did you think I was going to say another war? It can't all be about fighting. We must take a break from the murder to have a little romance. But actually, it's not that romantic when it's your cousin. Well, of course, marrying your cousin was not such a big deal back then, and far be it for me to push my morality onto others. Well, either way, he married Joan of Kent, his cousin and the widowed Countess of Kent, thus becoming the Earl of Kent through marriage. Joan was the daughter of Edmund of Woodstock, the Earl of Kent, and Margaret, a daughter of Philip III of France. Their close kinship required a papal dispensation for marriage, which Pope Innocent VI gladly provided. Although it appeared the marriage contract was secured before the dispensation, the ceremony was held at Windsor, officiated by the Archbishop Simon Islip, and attended by King Edward III, who was initially unaware of the engagement. The couple made their residence at Berkhamsted Castle in Hertfordshire. Now, on July 19, 1362, Edward III granted the Black Prince all English territories in Aquitaine and Gascony as a principality, requiring an annual tribute of an ounce of gold, and conferring the titles of Prince of Aquitaine and Gascony. After Christmas celebrations at Berkhamsted, the Black Prince departed for Gascony in February with his household, arriving at La Rochelle. There he joined John Candos, the king's lieutenant, and travelled to Poitiers to receive a homage before continuing to Bordeaux to establish his court, alternating between there and Angoulême. During his rule, he appointed John Candos as Constable of Guyenne, and secured lucrative positions for his knights, though his favoritism towards the English led to quite a few eyebrows, if not outright discontent among the Gascon lords, exacerbated by Charles V of France, who actively encouraged local opposition. Despite attempts to mediate regional conflicts and hosting dignitaries like Peter, King of Cyprus, in Angoulême, tensions remained high, particularly with local nobles such as Arnaud Amanieu, the Lord of Albret, and Gaston, the Count of Foix, who openly supported the French. The regional instability was compounded by the activities of the Free Companies, mercenary groups that had shifted allegiance to Bertrand de Guesclin and supported Henry of Trastamara against King Peter of Castile. When Peter sought Edward's aid and arrived in Bayonne, the prince supported him, further entangling English forces in continental disputes. This period was marked by significant military and political challenges, with Prince Edward increasingly pressed by both local unrest and demands from his father to manage the mercenary bands effectively. Many of Edward's English and Gascon lords were reluctant for him to support King Peter, viewing the conflict as inappropriate for intervention, since it involved a dispute between a legitimate king and his illegitimate brother. However, the Black Prince felt compelled by a sense of royal dignity and the unacceptable precedent that a bastard could usurp a legitimate king. While Peter, seeking further support, promised riches and titles, including making Edward's son the King of Galicia, which actually swayed many to his cause. A parliament was then convened in Bordeaux and deliberated on this matter, seeking the opinion of King Edward III, who endorsed his son's involvement. Subsequently, another parliament agreed to support Peter, contingent upon financial guarantees for their efforts. To this end, the Black Prince agreed to lend the necessary funds to King Peter. Negotiations at Bayonne between Prince Edward, Charles of Navarre, and King Peter solidified their military collaboration. Peter agreed to financial compensations and provided territories as collateral to secure the prince's financial backing. The Treaty of Libourne, formalized on September the 23rd, laid out these agreements in detail, including substantial monetary commitments for military wages and strategic pledges regarding leadership roles in campaigns against the Moors. The prince financed this military venture through various means, including funds received from his father, derived from the ransom of the French king John II, and by melting down his supply of silver plates. His preparations in Angoulême culminated in a festive Christmas in Bordeaux, where his wife gave birth to their second son, Richard, who would later become King Richard II of England. I just did a video on him too. It'll be out soon. Should be. Now, in February of 1367, Prince Edward departed Bordeaux, consolidated his forces in Dax, and marched through Roncesvalles into Pamplona. The loyalty of the free companies shifted back to Prince Edward from Henry of Trastamara, recognizing Edward as their rightful lord. There, from Pamplona, the prince's campaign continued towards Burgos, but strategic challenges and supply shortages slowed their progress. The army also faced harsh weather and logistical difficulties, but managed slightly better conditions in Logroño. The 30th of March, 1367, Prince Edward responded to a letter from Henry of Trastamara, and on April 2nd, he moved his forces from Logroño to Navarrete, La Rioja. The proximity of the two armies, with Henry encamped at Nájera, facilitated communication, and although Henry seemed inclined to negotiate, asserting that Peter was a tyrant responsible for much bloodshed, the prince maintained his commitment to Peter, asserting the importance of rightful kingship and the defense of royal dignity. On April the 3rd of the same year, the prince's army, consisting of a well-organized force of English, Breton, and Gascon troops, dismounted for battle some distance from Henry's position. The vanguard was commanded by notable leaders including Lancaster, Chandos, and Calvalet, with separate divisions led by prominent Gascon lords, and the prince himself overseeing the main body of the army. Before the conflict began, the prince appealed to divine support for his cause to reinstate King Peter, exhorting his forces with a call to advance under the banner of St. George. The Battle of Nájera commenced with Castilian forces aggressively engaging the English vanguard, but strategic misalignments in Henry's forces allowed the Gascon lords to flank the main body of Henry's army effectively. The prince then led a critical charge with the main body of his army, turning the tide of the battle. The conflict ended with Henry's forces in complete disarray, and Henry himself, well, he fled the battlefield in a panic. In the aftermath, while Prince Edward requested King Peter to show mercy to their defeated foes, Peter executed a notorious traitor immediately, and two others shortly thereafter. The capture of notable figures such as the French Marshal Arnauld d'Audrehem, a previous captive at Poitiers, led to a dramatic encounter where the prince accused him of treachery. However, upon review by a panel of knights and much discussion, d'Audrehem was acquitted on the grounds that he served not the prince directly, but King Peter, thereby honoring his prior commitment. Following their military success, the prince and Peter advanced to Burgos to celebrate Easter. However, financial and political tensions arose when Peter failed to fulfill his financial obligations to the prince, leading to further complications. Peter's evasiveness and the eventual denial of payment resulted in strained relations, with the prince encamping outside Burgos and later moving to Valladolid in an attempt to secure the promised funds. Valladolid is an interesting town, by the way. A rather infamous figure comes from there, being Thomas de Torquemada, that was the first Grand Inquisitor of the Spanish Inquisition. I'm sure they don't have, at the entrance of the town, home of the Grand Inquisitor. That may deter certain types of tourists, perhaps. Well, the subsequent weeks proved difficult for Prince Edward and his army. Harsh conditions, disease, and a lack of resources plagued his forces. All this together led to significant casualties. There were allegations of poisoning that were made as the prince himself fell ill, a condition from which he never fully recovered. Meanwhile, Henry of Trastamara took the opportunity to launch attacks on Aquitaine, further complicating the politics. Now, the situation continued to deteriorate, and as it did, negotiations for a safe passage through Navarre facilitated a return through Roncesvalles. By early September 1367, the prince and his remaining forces returned to Bordeaux, marking the end of a challenging campaign marked by initial military success, but brought down by political and logistical failures. After returning to Aquitaine, the Black Prince faced significant challenges managing the free companies, bands of mercenaries who had fought under his command. Around 1366, about 6,000 of these soldiers had passed through the kingdom of Aragon into Aquitaine. Due to incomplete payments, they took up residence in the region, causing substantial disorder and damage. Prince Edward successfully persuaded their captains to move north across the Loire, where they continued their devastation in France, which of course exacerbated tensions with Charles V of France, who was not happy about Edward pushing his problems onto his territory. Charles then seized this opportunity to foster dissent among the Gascon lords and destabilized Edward's authority. One particularly significant incident involved the Lord of Albret, who had initially agreed to serve in the prince's Spanish campaign with 1,000 lancers. However, the prince, citing the logistical constraints, later requested that he only bring 200. This perceived slight deeply offended the Lord of Albret, marking the beginning of a strained relationship that was exacerbated by the prince's failure to pay an annual pension to Albret. The situation worsened when Albret, aligning himself closer to France, betrothed Margaret of Bourbon, the sister of the Queen of France, further alienating him from the prince. Facing financial difficulties from the expensive Spanish campaign and his customary extravagance, the Black Prince convened the estates of Aquitaine in Saint-Emilion and later in Angoulême in early 1368. There, he managed to secure a hearth tax to alleviate his financial strains, though this move was, of course, unpopular and further alienated the local nobility, which I'm sure that the prince was very surprised to hear that they weren't pleased to have another tax to pay. Well, jokes aside, the major vassals of the High Marchers refused the tax. They just said, "No, we're not paying it." And prominent figures like the Counts of Armagnac, Périgord, and the Comminges, alongside the Lord of Albret, brought their grievances to the King of France, asserting his paramount lordship over them and rejecting Edward's authority. Well, Charles V of France was happy about this, and he capitalized on this unrest by summoning the Black Prince to Paris in 1369 to answer for his actions, a demand that Edward outright refused, threatening to arrive with a military force instead. Now this tension escalated into open conflict, during which Sir Thomas Wake, the High Steward of Roger, was attacked by forces loyal to the dissenting French lords, indicating a worsening situation for English control in the region. By 1369, a full-scale war was back on. The health of the Black Prince had also significantly deteriorated. You know, that problem with the poisoning. Like we said, it never went away. This, of course, prevented him from taking an active role in military operations. Despite all this, however, he continued to attempt conciliatory measures with the Gascon lords, but it was to no avail, and the political influence of John of Gaunt, possibly acting against him at the English court, further complicated his position. Charles V's strategic deployment of forces into Aquitaine resulted in severe losses for the English, culminating in the siege and controversial capture of Limoges in 1370, where the Black Prince, despite his illnesses, directed harsh retributions against the city for its betrayal. Ultimately, the worsening of his illness forced the prince to retire first to Angoulême and then to Bordeaux, leaving the direct military engagements to other commanders. The death of his eldest son, Edward of Angoulême, in 1371, really hit Edward hard. He was deeply grieved and exacerbated already by his declining health. The last thing he needed was the stress. Following the advice of his personal doctor, he decided to return to England to recuperate. Accompanied by the Duke of Lancaster, he landed at Southampton in early January of 1371 and proceeded to meet his father, Edward III, at Windsor. During this meeting, Edward successfully contested a treaty that his father had arranged with Charles of Navarre the previous month, objecting to the cession of lands demanded by King Charles. After halting the treaty, the Black Prince returned to his manor in Berkhamsted. Back in England, he found himself naturally opposed to the influence of the anti-clerical and Lancastrian party. His stature and the trust he commanded among the clergy were evident when he met with the Convocation of Canterbury at the Savoy on May 2nd, persuading them to make an exceptionally large financial grant. Well, around this time, his health actually began to show a few signs of improvement. At least compared to before. And in August 1372, he joined his father on an expedition aimed at relieving Thouars. However, bad weather prevented their fleet from reaching the French coast, and the mission was called off. On October 6, 1372, citing the insufficiency of revenues from Aquitaine and Gascony to cover its expenses, he resigned his principality, formalizing this decision in Parliament the following month. During the same Parliament, he effectively negotiated with citizens and burgesses to extend customs protections for merchant shipping for an additional year. In 1374, amidst growing tensions with the Church, Prince Edward presided over a council at Westminster, responding to Pope Gregory XI's demand for a subsidy to combat the Florentines. Despite the Pope asserting dominion over England, the prince, frustrated with Archbishop Whittlesey's hesitation, managed to assert the independence of the crown, declaring that no previous monarch had the authority to subject the kingdom to external rule. By the time the Good Parliament, as it's called, convened on April 28, 1376, Prince Edward was widely regarded as a champion of the Commons against administrative abuses. Aligned with William of Wykeham, he opposed the influence of the Duke of Lancaster and the corrupt courtiers surrounding him. Despite receiving a significant bribe from Richard Lyons, the king's financial agent who was under impeachment, the prince refused it, maintaining his integrity, even though he later remarked it probably could have been useful to pay the kingdom's soldiers. Recognizing his impending death, the Black Prince prepared by making provisions for his servants in his will and bidding farewell to his father, asking him to ensure the protection of his son Richard. Now I know I say that casually, but that is so sad. It's so sad that your son would have to die before you. Indeed, it reminds me of the scene in Lord of the Rings where Theoden is burying, I forgot the name of the son, burying one of his sons, and he turns to Gandalf and says, "No son should have to bury his father." Ooh, terrible. Anyway, I digress. Well, Edward the Black Prince died on June the 8th, 1376, at the Palace of Westminster. In his final moments, attended by the Bishop of Bangor, he sought forgiveness from God and those he had wronged, leaving a legacy marked by both his military skill and his principled stand against corruption. Now, what about the name? Why was he called the Black Prince? As I've said, it's a cool name. It must have a story, right? Well, he acquired his sobriquet long after his death in 1376. The first known use of the name appeared in the writings of the antiquary John Leland, about 200 years later, during the 1530s or perhaps 1540s. Leland referred to Edward as Edwardi Principis Cog Nigri, and the Blake Prince. That's right, Blake, not Black, while summarizing earlier historical works, although these sources themselves that he was summarizing did not use that name. Now, this name Black Prince gained wider recognition through Roger Ascham's Toxophilus of 1545, where Ascham mentioned "ye noble Black Prince Edward besides Poitiers." Later, Richard Grafton in his Chronicle at Large of 1569, and Raphael Holinshed in his Chronicles of 1577 also used the term the Black Prince, solidifying its association in the historical narrative. Notably, William Shakespeare also referred to Edward as the Black Prince in his plays Richard II and Henry V. The origins of the name are not definitively known, but theories generally focus on two aspects. One, Edward's heraldic symbols, and two, his military reputation. One suggestion is the name derived from the black field of his shield for peace, or rumors that he wore black armor, though direct evidence for black armor is scant and debatable. John Harvey mentioned, without citation, that Edward was described as wearing black armor of burnished steel at the Battle of Crecy, but once again, without citation. Now, another theory relates to Edward's brutal military reputation, particularly during his campaigns in France. The French soldier Philippe de Mézières referred to Edward as the greatest black Boers, a term symbolizing destruction. This reputation for harshness might have contributed to the epithet, as echoed by other French sources, and even in oral traditions in southern France, where he was remembered as l'homme noir, noir being black, Well, in summary, the nickname encapsulates both martial prowess and also intimidating presence that Edward held over his contemporaries, combined with a good deal of later romanticized portrayals that solidified him as a legendary figure in history. You must have heard of Joan of Arc, the peasant girl who became a national heroine and a saint of the Catholic Church. Claiming to have received visions from Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret, instructing her to support Charles VII and recover France from English dominion late in the Hundred Years' War, Joan was given a place in the military as a standard bearer. In fact, her presence inspired the French troops, and she played a crucial role in lifting the siege of Orléans in 1429, marking a turning point in the war. However, captured by the Burgundians in 1430, Joan was sold to the English and then placed on trial for charges including heresy and witchcraft. What happened next? Maybe you know. But whichever the case, if you've come to learn about Joan of Arc, I can guide you through it, from start to finish. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back, it's great to see you again as always. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, if you want to tell YouTube to push my video out to a larger audience, a like and subscribe always helps with that. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the good stuff. A biography of Joan of Arc. Please, make yourself comfortable. Let's start from the beginning. Joan of Arc was born around 1412 in Domremy, a village located in what is now the Vosges region of northeastern France. The exact date of her birth remains unknown, and she was vague about her age in her own statements. We do know, however, that she was the daughter of Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romay, and grew up in a family that included 3 brothers and a sister. As for her parents, her father was a peasant farmer who owned approximately 50 acres of land. He also served as a village official, where he collected taxes and headed up the local watch, which wasn't a bad deal since it supplemented his income somewhat. Joan's early life unfolded against the backdrop of the 100 Years' War. That was a prolonged conflict between England and France that began in 1337. This war was primarily fought over territorial disputes and claims to the French throne by the English. Well, by the time of Joan's birth, the war had severely impacted France's economy and led to all sorts of internal issues and political fragmentation within the country. The French monarchy in particular was unstable during this period. King Charles VI, known for his bouts of mental illness, often found himself simply unable to rule. and the times where he could rule, well, perhaps he shouldn't have. The king's complete incapacity led to intense rivalries for control of the regency, primarily between his brother Louis, the Duke of Orleans, and his cousin John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy. Well, the assassination of the Duke of Orleans, Louis, in 1407 by the Duke of Burgundy, that John the Fearless, ignited a civil war between two houses, the Armagnacs, supporters of the Duke of Orleans' son, Charles of Orleans, and later Dauphin Charles, and the Burgundians. I'm sure you've heard of them before. As these internal conflicts continued to plague and weaken France, Henry V of England watched on and decided to take advantage of the situation. This came in the form of invading France in the year 1415. Well, the Burgundians managed to capture Paris in 1418, and the assassination of John the Fearless in 1419 during peace negotiations with the Dauphin further escalated tensions. In came Philip the Good, the new Duke of Burgundy, then allied with the English. The political chaos deepened when Charles VI, influenced by accusations against the Dauphin as a murderer and spurred on by his wife Isabeau of Bavaria, disinherited the Dauphin through the Treaty of Troyes. This treaty also arranged the marriage of their daughter, Catherine of Valois, to Henry V, and designated their heirs as successors to the French throne. You can see how things are getting a little bit complex, a lot of moving parts and different characters. Well, I'm afraid to tell you it only gets worse. In 1422, the deaths of both Henry V and Charles VI left the French throne contested between the infant Henry VI of England, who was obviously way too young to rule, but declared heir by the Treaty of Troyes, and Dauphin Charles VII, who continued to claim his right to the throne despite the treaty and allegations regarding his legitimacy. This ongoing dispute, of course, set the stage for Joan of Arc's later involvement in the war and her support for Charles VII's cause. Now, back to Joan of Arc now we've set the scene. Of course, as I had mentioned, born in 1412 in Domremy in northeastern France. She was, of course, deeply affected by the ongoing war, just like everybody else. It's never a good time to grow up during a full-scale conflict. Her parents, Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romay, were both peasant farmers, and she helped out as any normal peasant daughter or son would, with household chores, field work, and tending animals. It was a very normal upbringing for Joan. Domremy, in particular, was located at the Duchy of Bar and was surrounded by pro-Burgundian territories. Yet the village remained staunchly loyal to the Armagnac cause, which supported the French crown against English and Burgundian opposition. The region experienced direct impacts of the war in 1425. Domremy was subjected to a rather brutal raid, catalyzing local sentiment against the English presence in France. It was around this time that Joan, who was then only at the age of 13, began experiencing rather peculiar visions. And it wasn't a one-off. These were happening quite a lot. Well, what was she dreaming of? Or rather, what were her visions showing her? By her words, she was visited by figures like Saint Michael, accompanied by angels and other saints, appearing to her and urging her to support the French crown. These visions included Saints Catherine and also Margaret, both revered as defenders of the faithful and models of virtue. Joan's spiritual experiences became widely known and talked about in her village. She became to be a household name, and she gained a reputation for piety and determination. Amidst a backdrop of prophecy and regional folklore, which hinted that a maiden would save France, Joan felt that perhaps it was her time to act. Of course, we must remember that this is pre-Enlightenment France, and people were, especially in the countryside, very superstitious, very traditional, waiting for that promised one to come and save everybody. Generally, this seems to happen quite a lot when you have a protracted conflict, crossing your fingers, waiting for that mighty, sword-wielding hero to show up and sort things out within a matter of minutes. Well, in 1428, after a failed request for an escort to the French court from Captain Robert de Baudricourt of Valois, she returned home. However, the visions just kept coming, and the dire state of France drove her to try again. She was getting that escort. Well, by January of 1429, she had another rejection. But she finally managed to win Baudricourt's support, thanks to the backing of local supporters Jean de Metz and Bertrand de Poulengy. Oh, by the way, if anybody's listening to my French pronunciation, I do apologize in advance. Now, at this point, the English were tightening their grip on northern France, capturing strategic locations and nearing a complete encirclement of the city of Orleans, which was a pivotal city for the French, and indeed a large population center. The potential fall of Orleans signaled a critical point in the war. Think about it like Stalingrad in the Second World War. It was that important, and winning or losing it determined the fate of the French crown. Joan's insistence that she had a divine mission to support Charles VII, the uncrowned Dauphin, gained urgency. She was finally granted her armed escort to Chinon, the seat of Charles VII, in the February of 1429. To facilitate her journey through hostile territory and to adopt a practical attire for warfare, she donned men's clothing, a pragmatic choice that she maintained for the rest of her life, simply out of practicality. This decision was both symbolic but also strategic, aligning her with her mission's martial nature and providing necessary disguise and protection as she traversed war-torn France, essentially blending in as just another foot soldier, another bobbing head among the rabble. Her arrival at Chinon and subsequent actions would mark the beginning of a remarkable but tragic chapter in the history of the 100 Years' War. When she arrived at the royal court in Chinon, she quickly made a profound impression on Charles, asserting her divine mission to lift the siege of Orleans and ensure his coronation in Reims. Their private conversation reportedly affirmed Charles' legitimacy as a rightful king, a point that resonated deeply with him and influenced his decision to take her seriously. Of course, there was quite a little bit of Charles being told exactly what he wanted to hear. I mean, if somebody showed up and told you that you were the rightful king, and I and God and all of the other saints say so, well, it would be somewhat of a flattering experience for sure. Well, despite her immediate impact, the Dauphine's council remained a little bit skeptical of Joan's claims and her mysterious visions. After all, if visions can come from God, well, they could perhaps come from other, less friendly places. Certainly a few eyebrows raise when one says they're being contacted by angels and God and all the rest, even back in those days, and even if it was confirming to their bias. Well, to validate her claims and make a general assessment of her character, it was decided that they would send Joan to Poitiers, where she would undergo a rigorous examination by a panel of expert theologians. Well, when she got there, they subjected her to some pretty rigorous testing, almost like a job interview, except the job was the savior of the entire country. They did conclude that she was indeed devout and morally sound, deciding that her participation in the siege of Orleans could perhaps serve as a divine test. After all, they were a little desperate at the time, and if they were wielding a weapon sent down by God, well, what's the worst that could happen? They may as well try. Furthermore, there were less pleasant examinations. For example, her virginity was inspected by a group of women, albeit at Tours, leading to Charles' mother-in-law, Yolande of Aragon, to confirm her purity. Well, this was a pretty vital aspect, given the religious and cultural significance of virginity at the time. You may be somewhat shocked to know that very recently, I believe they've stopped it now, but the Indonesian military for female applicants also had a test for virginity. Somewhat of a breach of privacy, I believe. Well, feeling reassured by these investigations, Charles arranged for Joan to be outfitted with a set of armor and facilitated the creation of a banner under her own specifications, as well as procuring the reputedly holy sword from Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. Not a bad weapon. These actions not only equipped Joan physically, but also symbolically reinforced her role as a divinely guided warrior, solidifying her identity as Joan the Maiden. Kind of like a holy hand grenade sort of thing. A weapon sent from God, wielded by the French. This certainly had a good effect on morale. At the time of Joan's integration into the royal cause, the military situation for Charles and the Armagnacs was dire, but not without hope. Although the English and their Burgundian allies had tightened their grip on northern France, internal disagreements among the enemy, and strategic indecisiveness provided a bit of an opportunity. The Armagnacs, despite being demoralized by the prolonged conflict and the recent death of several important commanders, found a new vigor in Joan's arrival. Her unwavering confidence and insisting assertions of divine backing seemed to breathe new life into the French resistance. Her involvement transformed the ongoing conflict from a normal run-of-the-mill territorial dispute into a full-on religious war, elevating the stakes and rallying the French troops around a figure believed to be chosen by God. Before moving to lift the siege of Orleans, Joan sent a bold letter to the Duke of Bedford, the English regent of France, declaring her divine mission to reclaim the French territory. Joan's arrival in Orleans marked a decisive turn in the siege, and of course in the broader scope of the Hundred Years' War. She joined the forces at Orleans on April 29th of 1429, and quickly became a symbolic figure of hope and resilience for the beleaguered French troops. Although she held no official military command, and was not involved in strategic planning at all, her presence was very inspirational, and she did often advise on tactical decisions. Well upon her arrival, Joan met with Jean de Dunois, known as the Bastard of Orleans, the military commander of the city. Despite initial skepticism about her role, she quickly proved instrumental. On May the 4th, during the assault on the Bastille de Saint-Loup, Joan, upon hearing of the ongoing battle, rushed to the scene, her banner fluttering in the wind. Her arrival bolstered the morale of the French troops, who rallied and succeeded in capturing the fortress. Her influence grew as she continued to participate actively in the operations. On May the 6th, after capturing the deserted fort of Saint-Jean-le-Blanc, Joan urged the French commanders to press the attack against the English fortifications at Les Augustins, which they subsequently captured. Her insistence on maintaining the offensive momentum was critical. The next day, during the attack on the strategic English stronghold of Les Tourelles, Joan was injured, but returned to the battlefield to inspire the final charge, which, of course, resulted in a critical victory. Thus, the siege of Orleans was lifted on May the 8th, and a cheer rang out among the French troops, now with boosted morale. Joan's role in the victory at Orleans fulfilled her promise made at Poitiers that she would show a sign of divine support by lifting the siege. Her success not only reinforced her divine mission in the eyes of the French, but also garnered support of prominent figures like Jacques Gelou, the Archbishop of Embrun, and respected theologian Jean Gerson, who both wrote in her favor. Conversely, the English perceived Joan's unexpected effectiveness as evidence of diabolical influence. After the victory at Orleans, Joan of Arc and the Armagnac forces led by John II, Duke of Alençon, pursued a strategic northern campaign to clear the bridge towns along the Loire River. This was essential to secure a safe passage for Charles VII on his way to Reims for his coronation. The campaign began with the siege of Jargeau, where, despite Joan's call for the English to surrender, they resisted, leading to a direct assault initiated by Joan and her troops on June the 12th. The town was swiftly captured, with significant English losses and very few prisoners taken. Continuing their momentum, Joan and Alençon's forces moved to Mont-sur-Loire. They captured the town's bridge on the 15th of June, forcing the English garrison to retreat to a nearby castle. Most of the Armagnac army then advanced to Beaugency, laying siege to the castle there. Unbeknownst to them, an English relief force led by Sir John Falstaff was approaching from Paris to aid the besieged English troops. However, before Falstaff could arrive, the English garrison at Beaugency surrendered, completely unaware of the approaching reinforcements. The main English force, now joined by the troops from Mons, retreated towards Paris. Joan urged the Armagnac forces to pursue, leading to the Battle of Patay on the very same afternoon. The English had planned an ambush, with archers positioned for a surprise attack. However, the Armagnac vanguard detected and disrupted the English positions, leading to a comprehensive rout. The battle was another significant defeat for the English, with many of their leaders captured, and Sir John Falstaff narrowly escaping with a few of his most loyal troops. Joan, who arrived as the battle was concluding, had been instrumental in advocating for the aggressive pursuit that led to this victory. This series of rapid successes significantly bolstered Charles's position, enabling his coronation journey to Reims, and it certainly put a lot of confidence in the French, who at this point were very much convinced indeed they were dealing with a messenger of God. Well, following the decisive victory at Patay, the French forces, influenced by Joan of Arc's insistence, opted to prioritize the coronation of Charles over military engagement where the English held Normandy. On June 29th, the army departed for Joan of Reims, encountering minimal resistance during their march. The strategic town of Auxerre yielded after 3 days of negotiations on July the 3rd, and other towns quickly realigned with the Armagnac cause as the army advanced. The only significant resistance came from Troyes, which housed a fairly modest garrison of English and Burgundian troops. Well, after a few days of fruitless negotiations, Joan initiated preparations for an assault by ordering the moat to be filled and positioning up artillery. This proactive stance led to Troyes capitulating, fearing an imminent attack. It's very difficult to remain calm when you look over the walls and they're building the trebuchets. Reims, the traditional site for the coronation of French kings, opened its gates to Charles and his entourage on the 16th of July, 1429. The following day, Charles VII was formally crowned, with Joan of Arc present, recognized in a prominent position during the ceremony. Joan saw the successful coronation as the fulfillment of her divinely ordained mission. Post-coronation, efforts to secure a peaceful transition of Paris from Burgundian to Armagnac control began. A 15-day truce was negotiated with Philip the Good, the Duke of Burgundy, who indicated he might facilitate transfer to Paris. Well, at the truce's conclusion, the Duke reneged on this commitment. Joan and the Duke of Alençon advocated for a swift march on Paris, but the royal court was divided, partly due to ongoing peace negotiations with the Burgundians, leading to a delayed advance. As the Armagnac army moved towards Paris, they encountered very little fights along the way, and many towns simply surrendered peacefully. On the 15th of August, near Montepilloy, the French forces encountered the English, led by the Duke of Bedford. Joan attempted to provoke an English attack by positioning herself visibly in front of their defences, but the English, they didn't take the bait and held their position, leading to a stalemate that ended with their withdrawal the following day. Thus, the assault on Paris commenced a few weeks later, on September the 8th. During the attack, Joan suffered a wound from a crossbow bolt, but in true fashion, she simply remained on the battlefield until nightfall. Despite suffering significant casualties, the Armagnacs were ordered by Charles to cease the assault the next day, much to Joan's displeasure. The failed attempt to capture Paris marked a moment of decline in Joan's influence at court. Her straightforward, confrontational style clashed with the court's preference for diplomatic solutions, particularly in negotiations with Burgundy. That is certainly the problem, isn't it? You know, as Joan had believed that she was ordained by God and her actions were in accordance with God's will, well, it takes a little bit of guts to effectively say to the king point blank, "No, we are not doing that. We will do what I say, because what I say is God's word." Well, God's word or not, nobody likes hearing that. Moreover, this defeat at Paris diminished her standing a lot further, and it led to critiques from both the court and the University of Paris, questioning the divine inspiration of her guidance. In October of 1429, Joan of Arc was part of a military force tasked with attacking territories held by Perinet Gressart, a mercenary who had aligned with the Burgundians and the English. The campaign began with the siege of Saint-Pierre-le-Mortier, which Joan helped capture on November the 4th by inspiring a direct assault. The subsequent attempt to capture La Charité-sur-Loire in the late November and December, however, ended in failure, with Joan's forces forced to retreat and abandon all of their siege weapons. The setback was just another part of Joan's losing streak. Her reputation, well, it was simply being chipped away little by little, regardless if it was her own fault. By the end of December, Joan returned to the royal court and was informed that she and her family had been ennobled by King Charles VII as a token of gratitude for her contributions to France. Before the failed September assault on Paris, Charles had negotiated a 4-month truce with the Burgundians, which was later extended until Easter of 1430. And, of course, since it was peacetime, during this period, the court simply saw no need for Joan's services. As the Duke of Burgundy began reclaiming towns that had been ceded to him but had not submitted, Compiègne emerged as a key battleground. In late March of 1430, without explicit permission from Charles, who was still honoring the truce, Joan decided to lead a volunteer force to relieve Compiègne, which was then under siege by Burgundian forces. While some historians do argue that Joan's actions were desperate and possibly treasonous due to the lack of documented royal position, others contend that she must have had some level of courtly financial support to undertake such a mission. Joan arrived in Melun in April, where she was joined by additional commanders, enhancing her force. At Lagny-sur-Marne, Joan's troops defeated an Anglo-Burgundian force led by the mercenary Franquet d'Arras, who was subsequently executed by the townspeople themselves. They did give him a trial, though, so that was nice of them. Despite the usual practice of ransoming captured leaders, so I'm sure you can probably guess what the public perception of this guy was. Well, Joan entered Compiègne on May 14th and conducted several defensive sorties against the Burgundians. By May 23, facing unsustainable demands on local resources, she had reduced her forces to about 400 soldiers who remained in the town. During a sortie from Compiègne to attack the Burgundian camp at Magny, the operation failed, and Joan was captured. She surrendered to Lionel de Vendôme of Jean de Luxembourg's contingent, who took her to his castle at Beaulieu-le-Fontaine. Well, after an escape attempt, Joan was moved to Beaurevoir Castle, where she jumped out of the tower window into a dry moat and hurt herself quite badly, but she survived. Perhaps divine intervention. In November, she was transferred to the Burgundian-controlled town of Arras. The English, viewing Joan as a significant military threat, negotiated with the Burgundians to secure her transfer to her custody, culminating in a deal where they paid 10,000 livres to John de Luxembourg. John was then moved to Rouen, the English stronghold in France. Despite the high profile of her capture, there is no evidence that Charles VII made any effort at all to negotiate her release from English custody. Need to choose better friends, I think. Well, Joan of Arc's trial for heresy began on January 9th, 1431 in Rouen, where she faced charges of blasphemy for wearing men's clothing, acting on demonic visions, and claiming direct judgment from God. Now, why was this a problem? Well, there was only one entity that was meant to have been the spokesperson for God, and that was the Church. And claiming that you yourself are getting visions from God, well, that is circumventing their authority. And they don't like it when you circumvent their authority. Now, the trial, although conducted by an ecclesiastical court, was heavily influenced by political motives, primarily to delegitimize Joan's divine claims that supported Charles' legitimacy as the King of France. Bishop Pierre Cauchon of Beauvais, a pro-English and pro-Burgundian partisan, presided over the trial with significant financial backing from the English, including payments to key figures in the court. The court was predominantly composed of clergy associated with the University of Paris, many of whom were pro-English and pro-Burgundian. Despite attempts to adhere to inquisitorial procedures, the trial was fraught with legal and procedural irregularities. Joan was held in a secular prison, guarded by English soldiers, instead of being in ecclesiastical custody. She was not provided legal counsel, and the charges were not properly articulated from the beginning. Joan skillfully navigated the complex theological interrogations, however, managing to maintain her composure and prudence in her responses. She famously at one point circumvented a theological trap when asked if she knew if she was in God's grace, a question that was designed to elicit a heretical response. Joan's answer was thusly that if she was not in God's grace, she certainly hoped that God would put her there, and if she was in God's grace, she certainly hoped to remain so. Well, this answer rather impressed the court, reportedly, and of course avoided self-incrimination. A bit of a politician's answer, though. Despite the rigorous interrogation and the threat of torture, which was ultimately not employed due to a majority decision against it by the assessors, Joan initially stood by her convictions. However, under immense pressure, and after being shown the instruments of torture, Joan capitulated. And if you've seen what the torture instruments look like, well, I'm sure you can't blame her. On May 24th, 1431, during a public condemnation ceremony, she agreed to sign an abjuration document, renouncing her claims, agreeing not to wear men's clothing, and promising not to bear arms. This document was read aloud to her, so everyone could hear. There were many witnesses. And then she signed her name, agreeing to the terms. Now, the signature of this document was meant to save her from execution by burning, as it was a sign of her submission to the Church's authority. However, it didn't quite go that way. This act of submission was a strategic move by her captors to undermine her influence and the divine authority that she claimed to possess. Joan of Arc's final days were marked by a tragic return to the charges of heresy. Publicly renouncing her visions and wearing men's clothes had been part of her abjuration to avoid execution, but the conditions of her imprisonment led her to resume wearing men's attire, which she justified by the need for protection and modesty in the presence of male guards. This act was, however, deemed a relapse into heresy, since it violated the stipulations of her abjuration contract. Talk about setting her up for a fall, huh? really not fair. Bishop Pierre Cochon, the trial's chief judge, made a visit to Joan's cell on May 28th to confront her about wearing men's clothes again. During this visit, Joan declared that she had resumed wearing male attire for the aforementioned reasons, the practical circumstances of her detention, and she reiterated that if she were moved to a proper ecclesiastical prison and allowed to attend Mass like everybody else who was on heresy charges, she would comply with the court's directives. More critically, she confessed that the voices, which she had previously renounced, had come back, and reproached her for denying them out of fear. Well, once again, this confession was considered proof of a relapse in several different areas. On May 29th, a panel of 42 assessors unanimously declared Joan a relapsed heretic, and she was condemned to be handed over to secular authorities for execution. Now, of course, inquisitions and ecclesiastical courts would never carry out torture or executions themselves. They would always hand them over to secular authorities. While this transfer typically meant she would be given to the local bailiff for execution, however, she was instead delivered directly to the English forces. Joan was then executed by burning at the stake in Rowan's old marketplace on the 30th of May, 1431. Before her execution, she was allowed to receive the sacraments, a gesture usually forbidden to those who were condemned as heretics, indicating the somewhat unusual and complex nature of her trial and execution. At the stake, she was granted a makeshift cross by an English soldier, which she kissed and held close, and a processional crucifix was held before her until her death. After her execution, to prevent any collection of relics, her ashes were thrown into the Seine River. Joan's trial and execution were profoundly influenced by these political contexts, notably the ongoing conflicts between the French and the English, and between these different factions within France itself. Her steadfastness and claims of divine guidance challenged the political and ecclesiastical authorities leading to her martyrdom. Her death had a lasting impact, turning her into a symbol of French unity and resistance against occupation. She was later canonized as a saint, immortalizing her as a hero of France. Her execution did not achieve what the English had hoped for, the reversal of the tides of the 100 Years' War. Her martyrdom instead fortified the French resolve, paving the way for future French victories and eventually the conclusion of the war in their favor. The end of the war saw the English expelled from all French territories, except for Calais, highlighting the failure of their strategies, despite Joan's death. The implications of Joan's execution as a heretic were very politically damaging for Charles himself, who had been crowned with her help. This association with a convicted heretic cast a shadow over his legitimacy. The political liability led Charles to initiate a posthumous re-examination of Joan's trial once he regained control of Rouen. The initial investigation by Guillaume Boilet was brief, but pointed to the injustices and arbitrary nature of the original verdict against Joan. Although this investigation did not overturn the conviction, it did lay the groundwork for a full retrial. Not a free trial. There are no free trials. Well, this retrial, which began in 1455 under the auspices of the Church, and was actively supported by the papacy, and it was a comprehensive examination involving numerous witnesses and legal reviews. It concluded that the original trial was not only unjust, but manipulated by figures like Bishop Pierre Cauchon, who had personal stakes in its outcome. The rehabilitation trial declared Joan's innocence and her martyrdom, nullifying the charges and the abjuration document she had been coerced into signing. The retrial was not merely a legal formality, but a public vindication of Joan's character and mission, which had been endorsed by the divine visions. It corrected the historical record and restored honor to Joan and her family. The trial also symbolically rehabilitated her reputation by tearing up the charges and erecting a cross at the site of her execution. Her multifaceted legacy is as a historical, religious, and cultural icon whose life has been variously interpreted through a myriad of lenses over the centuries. Religiously, Joan is venerated in the Roman Catholic Church as a saint. Her canonization process began in the late 19th century, propelled by the Bishop of Orleans, Felix du Pamplo, who saw Joan a figure of devout obedience and miraculous intervention. Her sanctification in 1920 by Pope Benedict XV and subsequent declaration as a patron saint of France cemented her status within the Church. Importantly, Joan was canonized as a virgin, highlighting her purity and devotion rather than her martyrdom, which traditionally denotes dying for one's faith in Christ. This distinction underscores her role as a divinely guided virgin who led her nation without compromising her spiritual integrity. Of course, Joan's legacy extends beyond simply Christian reverence. Her life challenges traditional gender roles, as she took on the mantle of military leadership typically reserved for men, while maintaining her femininity and commitment to her spiritual beliefs. And that's got to count for something, don't you think? Richard II, crowned King of England in 1377 at the tender age of 10 years old, faced numerous challenges during his reign, including the infamous Peasants' Revolt of 1381. This early crisis, fueled by oppressive taxes and widespread discontent among the lower classes, tested the young king's resolve and leadership. Although initially managing to quell the uprising through a mix of diplomacy and decisive action, Richard's later reign was marred by autocratic tendencies and conflicts with the nobility. His failure to maintain alliances and manage his assertive governance ultimately led to his disposition in 1399. Hello and welcome. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back for more, it's great to see you here again. As always, if you like what I do, Patreon link is in the description. Otherwise, help me get to 6,000 subscribers. We're almost there. With a like, comment, and subscribe, that always seems to help. Now, without further ado, let's get on to our topic for the day. Richard II. Please, make yourself relaxed. Richard of Bordeaux, born on the 6th of January, 1367, in the Archbishop's Palace of Bordeaux, Aquitaine, was the younger son of Edward, Prince of Wales, also known as the Black Prince, and his mother was Joan, the Countess of Kent. The Black Prince, we can't go past him with a name like that, can't we, was a renowned military leader, celebrated for his victories in the 100 Years' War, especially at the Battle of Poitiers in 1356. However, his military career declined after he contracted dysentery in Spain in 1370, and he returned to England permanently weakened by the following year. If you want to know all about the Black Prince, there's a video on him in the biographies section. Richard's birth was notably distinguished by the reputed presence of 3 kings: the King of Castile, the King of Navarre, and the King of Portugal, which was latter symbolically referenced in the Wilton diptych, portraying Richard as one of the 3 kings worshipping the Virgin and Child. Now Richard's elder brother, Edward of Angoulême, died in 1370, or rather a little bit before his 6th birthday, which is terrible. But this made Richard the heir apparent after his father's death in 1376. The English Parliament, wary of potential usurpation by Richard's ambitious uncle John of Gaunt, acted quickly to secure Richard's position by investing him with the titles previously held by his father, and this included the Princedom of Wales. Well, upon the death of his grandfather, Edward III, on the 21st of June, 1377, 10-year-old Richard ascended the throne. Edward III's long and debilitating illness had left the throne very vulnerable, intensifying those fears about John of Gaunt's possible intentions to claim, or rather steal away, the kingship. To mitigate this, Richard was crowned quickly on the 16th of July, 1377, at Westminster Abbey, and a regency was eschewed in favour of a governance model involving continual councils, from which John of Gaunt was conveniently excluded from. Well, despite John of Gaunt's exclusion from direct governance, he and his brother, Thomas of Woodstock, the Earl of Buckingham, maintained considerable informal influence over state affairs. However, it was Richard's councillors, particularly Sir Simon de Burghley and Robert de Vere, the 9th Earl of Oxford, who increasingly dominated the administration. This shift in power dynamics led to their gaining substantial control over royal affairs within 3 years, a development that did not sit well with the English Parliament. The growing dissatisfaction was compounded by the imposition of 3 poll taxes between 1377 and 1381 to fund somewhat unsuccessful military campaigns in Europe, exacerbating the discontent among the lower classes of English society. By 1381, this unrest culminated in a widespread resentment against the governing classes. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381, while ignited by the imposition of a 3rd poll tax, was more fundamentally rooted in the deeper social and economic tensions exacerbated by the Black Death and its immediate aftermath, which severely disrupted medieval England's agrarian economy and demographics. Now, one thing that really kicked this off was because there was so much fewer peasants around, the peasants found themselves on the better end of the supply and demand scale. Thus, if they wanted to get a better wage, they could quite easily go and seek one out. There simply was not enough poor people to till the fields. So, this is what they started doing. They would go from one place to another and trade their time to the highest bidder. Of course, this became a problem, and a law came in to cap their salaries as peasants. This, of course, made the peasants very angry, so angry that the peasants revolted. Hence the name Peasants' Revolt, you know. Well, the revolt began in earnest in Kent and Essex toward the end of May 1381, and it escalated rapidly as peasant bands from all over the country, driven by years of oppressive taxes and the stagnation of serfdom, converged on Blackheath, near London, on the 12th of June under leaders such as Wat Tyler, John Ball, and Jack Straw. The fury of the rebels led to the destruction of symbols of royal authority and wealth, including the burning down of John of Gaunt's Savoy Palace, one of the grandest noble residences in London. Not anymore. The insurrectionists also targeted key figures within the government. Simon Sudbury, the Archbishop of Canterbury and Lord Chancellor, alongside Robert Hales, the High Treasurer, were both captured and executed by the rebels, who were vocally demanding the abolition of serfdom altogether. How could they do that? Just capture members of the government and dispose of them? What a novel idea. Well, amidst all of the chaos, the young King Richard II, who was only 14 at the time, found himself safely sheltered within the fortress of the Tower of London, along with all of his councillors. Faced with the overwhelming rebel forces, and lacking the military strength to disperse them, the decision was made that they had to negotiate. Richard's initial attempt to speak to the rebels at Greenwich was thwarted by the sheer size of the crowd, forcing a retreat to the Tower. Well, the story goes that this meeting was organized for somewhere a little bit down the Thames River. Therefore, Richard and his close retinue got on the barge and started going down the river towards the meeting place. Unfortunately, when they got there, the crowd being so rowdy and beating their chests and saying, "Come on, King, get off your boat, let's negotiate." Well, it perhaps would not have been the wisest decision for Richard to get off the boat. He took one look at this rather excitable crowd of peasants and thought, "No, I'm going home." And that he did. Well, that being said, it wasn't the end of it. On the 14th of June, he somewhat courageously met the rebels at Mile End, where he actually agreed to their demands, not that he really had much of a choice. Yet, rather than pacifying them, this concession rather emboldened them to simply continue their rampage throughout the city. The situation escalated the following day at Smithfield, where Richard met with Wat Tyler again. Now, during the talks, Tyler was, perhaps from his confidence, addressing the king in a manner that he should not be addressing him. I think he was calling him brother or something. From memory. You'll have to watch my full video on the Peasants' Revolt, but it was definitely a breach of etiquette. Thus, during the talks, a scuffle broke out, and Tyler was fatally wounded by William Walworth, the mayor of London, who simply jumped out and started stabbing him to death, Julius Caesar style. This, of course, set the crowd into quite a frenzy. But you see, Richard, in a rather critical and frankly surprising moment of leadership for a 14-year-old, he addressed the stunned crowd and declared himself their leader, and diffusing the immediate threat by diverting them from the scene of Tyler's death. Following this confrontation, Walworth, the mayor of London, quickly organized forces to encircle the rebels, while the king promised clemency, allowing them to disperse back to their homes. However, Richard soon reneged on the charters of freedom and pardon he had issued, reinstating royal authority through brute force. He personally led efforts to quell the remaining disturbances, decisively ending the revolt on the 28th of June at Billericay, with a minor skirmish that saw the last remnants of the rebel forces finally defeated. The suppression of the Peasants' Revolt had a profound impact on the young Richard, showcasing his potential for decisive leadership, but also exposing him to the stark realities of ruling in a period of social unrest. The rebellion undoubtedly influenced his later governance, contributing to the development of a more absolutist approach to kingship, which would eventually contribute to his downfall, but we'll get to that later. His handling of the revolt highlighted both his capabilities and also the limitations of the royal authority in medieval England, and it set the stage for the turbulent remainder of his reign no one ever really forgot. Of course, if you want to learn about the Peasants' Revolt in particular, then go and watch the whole video on it. This is just a brief little gloss over of the events. Well, following the Peasants' Revolt, Richard began to assert his authority in a more visible manner, notably through his marriage on the 20th of January 1382 to Anne of Bohemia, the daughter of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles IV. Don't worry, we'll get to the other marriage later. Those who know a little bit about Richard II, you know what I'm talking about. Well, this union was strategically aimed at securing European allies amid the fractious divisions caused by the Western Schism, particularly to counter France's influence during the ongoing 100 Years' War, which just seemed to never end. However, the marriage, while symbolically significant, failed to garner the expected military or political gains, and was unpopular due to the substantial financial dowry and the significant burden on England's treasury because of it. Well, the marriage also did not produce any children, and Anne's death in 1394 from the plague left Richard deeply bereaved, marking a poignant moment in his reign. And this is a bit relevant to his second marriage, I believe, so we'll get back to it later. Now, Michael de la Pole, who had played a pivotal role in the marriage negotiations, gained Richard's trust and increasingly assumed a central role in governance as the king matured. De la Pole's rise from a merchant background to high office as Chancellor and later the Earl of Suffolk in 1385, however, sparked resentment among the established nobility, who viewed his ascendancy as symptomatic of Richard's preference for elevating favourites over traditional noble families. Jobs for mates, you know what I mean. Well, another figure who rose to prominence during this period was Robert de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, who became one of Richard's closest confidants, and was elevated to the newly created title of Duke of Ireland in 1386. Well, this relationship and de Vere's rapid rise and success fueled quite a bit of discontent and suspicion among the nobles, exacerbated by rather interesting rumours propagated by the chronicler Thomas Walsingham. What were those rumours? Well, there were rumours of inappropriate intimacy between Richard and de Vere. Citation needed on that, I think. Well, the political climate was further strained by differing approaches to the ongoing war in France. The court party, including Richard and his favourites, preferred diplomatic negotiations, whereas influential figures like John of Gaunt and the Duke of Buckingham advocated for more aggressive military campaigns. This divide was highlighted by the disastrous outcome of a crusade led by Henry le Despencer, the Bishop of Norwich, which ended in a very embarrassing failure. In 1385, Richard led an unsuccessful military expedition to Scotland, which failed to engage the Scots in battle, and returned without achieving any of its objectives. Meanwhile, the kingdom narrowly avoided a French invasion, thanks to an uprising in Ghent, which managed to distract France enough to take it away from its plans in England. The growing dissatisfaction with Richard's rule, however, was further compounded by John of Gaunt's departure from England in 1086 to pursue his claims on the throne of Castile, amidst the swirling rumours of a plot against him. In Gaunt's absence, the opposition to Richard coalesced around the Duke of Gloucester and Richard Fitzalan, the fourth Earl of Arundel, who assumed unofficial leadership of the increasingly restive nobility. As the threat of French invasion loomed larger in 1386, the English Parliament, known historically as the Wonderful Parliament, sounds great, convened in October of that year. In an unprecedented move, Michael de la Pole, the Chancellor, requested significant taxation to fund the realm's defense. Well, that's not very wonderful, isn't it? However, the Parliament, influenced by Duke of Gloucester and Richard Fitzalan, the Earl of Arundel, pushed back vehemently, refusing to entertain any fiscal proposals until de la Pole was removed from office. This direct challenge to royal authority was emblematic of the growing conflict between the crown and its nobility. Well, Richard wasn't going to take this lying down. His response was defiant. He famously declared that he would not dismiss even a kitchen scullion at the Parliament's behest. It was only under the threat of deposition that Richard reluctantly acquiesced, dismissing de la Pole. Well, The Parliament were not quite done yet. They didn't stop there. It instituted a commission to oversee and control the royal finances for a year, further curtailing the king's autonomy in governance. Well, these series of events deeply troubled Richard, for obvious reasons, leading him to undertake a nationwide tour from February to November of 1387 to drum up support for his cause. Now, during this period, he strategically appointed Robert de Vere, his best buddy, as Justice of Chester, aiming to build a loyal military base in Cheshire. Moreover, Richard secured a controversial legal opinion from Chief Justice Robert Tressilian, which asserted that the actions of the Parliament were not only unlawful, but they constituted outright treason. Well, this was music to Richard's ears, I'm sure. Upon his return to London, tensions came to a head. Gloucester, Arundel, and Thomas de Beauchamp, the 12th Earl of Warwick, escalated the political crisis by formally accusing de la Pole, de Vere, Tressilian, Nicholas Brembre, the Mayor of London, and Alexander Neville, the Archbishop of York, of treason. This move was a calculated strategy to eliminate the king's closest advisers and confidants, further isolating him. Negotiations faltered as Richard played for time, anticipating military reinforcements from de Vere. However, the situation quickly deteriorated when the Lords Appellant, a group comprising the Duke of Gloucester, Earl of Warwick, Arundel, and Henry Bolingbroke, the Earl of Derby and son of John of Gaunt, along with Thomas de Mowbray, the Earl of Nottingham, decisively defeated de Vere at the Battle of Radcott Bridge on the 20th of September 1387. De Vere's forces were then routed, and he was forced to flee the country, which he did. Well, old Richard was not quite feeling as chipper as he would have liked. With his military support completely shattered, and his advisers either captured or in exile, he was left with no option but to acquiesce to the demands of the Lords Appellant. The subsequent merciless Parliament of February 1388, not wonderful anymore, rather merciless, saw the execution of Brembre and Tressilian, while de Vere and de la Pole were sentenced to death in absentia. The Parliament marked the climax of the Appellant's efforts, effectively dismantling the network of favourites surrounding the king, and significantly diminishing his power in the process. Following the chaotic events of the merciless Parliament, Richard began to reassert control over his kingdom. By 1389, Richard had reached the age of majority and was no longer obligated to rule through regents or councils. This shift coincided with the return of John of Gaunt to England, who had reconciled with his nephew and provided a stabilizing influence on the crown and national politics. On the 3rd of May 1389, Richard took decisive steps to reclaim his authority, distancing himself from the failures of previous administrations, which he contributed to poor counsel. He publicly committed to a foreign policy aimed at peace and reconciliation with France, contrasting sharply with more aggressive stances of the Lords Appellant. This approach included promises to reduce the heavy tax burden that had fueled widespread discontent among his subjects. The next 8 years of Richard's reign were marked by relative peace and stability, as he managed to reconcile with many of his previous adversaries. However, historical accounts do suggest that Richard harbored lingering resentment, particularly over the execution of his mentor, Sir Simon de Burghley, which remained a deep-seated grievance. Well, amidst all these domestic achievements, Richard also sought to secure a lasting peace with France. In 1396, after unsuccessful negotiations that primarily failed due to the unacceptable demand that an English king pay homage to a French king, no wonder they disagreed with that. A 28-year truce was established finally. Well, as part of the agreement to cement this peace, Richard was betrothed to Isabella of Valois, the young daughter of Charles VI of France. Of course, this betrothal raised concerns due to Isabella's age. Now, far be it for me to push my morality onto others, but it's a little bit of a bridge too far when Richard was 29 and Isabella was 6. Yes. Well, just one thing that I will note on this. First of all, this delayed any possibility of an heir for several years. So that's one thing. And also it was agreed upon that the marriage would not be consummated until she was 12 years old. Now, despite the very creepy photo of Richard II and Isabella at their wedding, painting rather, I should say, there is a theory that Richard was still so bereaved with the loss of his first wife, Anna, and he was quite upset about that, obviously, that he willingly chose to marry a bride that was that much younger than him, so as he could extend his mourning period. I mean, think about it. He didn't have to consummate the marriage for another 8 years. However, there is also reports of Richard apparently saying that her age wasn't a problem because, 1, it would fix itself as each day goes by, and 2, he could somewhat mold her into what he wanted her to be since she was so young. So yeah, there's that too. Either way, not cool. Anyway, let's get back to it. Parallel to his peace efforts with France, Richard also turned his attention to Ireland, where the English lordships were under increasing threat from the Gaelic Irish kingdoms. In response to this, Richard led a significant military campaign to Ireland in the autumn of 1394, commanding an army of over 8,000 men, which was unprecedented in the late Middle Ages for its size. The campaign proved to be a success, albeit a temporary one, with several Irish chieftains submitting to English rule. The venture not only bolstered Richard's position at home, but also marked one of the notable successes of his reign. However, the gains in Ireland were not durable, and the English control over the region remained a little precarious. In the late 1390s, which were marked by what many historians consider the tyranny of Richard II, things certainly began to kick off. His assertive actions in 1397, when he arrested 3 prominent nobles, that being the nobles of Gloucester, Arundel, and Warwick, were crucial in demonstrating his newly established power and willingness to eliminate any and all threats. While a chronicle hints at a possible plot against the king, more likely Richard was seizing an opportunity to retaliate against these men for their roles in the 1386 to 88 challenges to his authority. Arundel faced a swift trial in the Parliament of September 1397, where a direct confrontation with the king led to his execution. Gloucester, meanwhile, was held in Calais under the Earl of Nottingham's watch. Before he could be brought to trial, Nottingham announced Gloucester's death, widely believed to have been ordered by Richard to avoid the scandal of executing a prince. Warwick, though initially sentenced to death, had his penalty commuted to life imprisoned. Thomas Arundel, Archbishop of Canterbury and Arundel's brother, was exiled. Following these high-profile actions, Richard extended his retribution to local supporters of the Lords Appellant, leveraging heavy fines to enrich the crown. This campaign was both financially and politically motivated, strengthening Richard's control at the local level and demonstrating his reach beyond the nobility. During this period, Richard's court saw significant changes in its composition, with a new group of loyalists, derogatively called duchetti by critics, rising to prominence. These included Henry Bolingbroke, the Duke of Hereford, Thomas Mowbray, elevated to Duke of Norfolk, and several others who were granted new titles and lands from confiscated estates of their convicted appellants. While despite Richard's efforts to solidify his power, the House of Lancaster remained a significant threat due to its wealth, royal lineage, and potential claims on the throne, especially in any absence of direct heirs from Richard. Well, the conflict reached a critical point when Bolingbroke and Mowbray, both former Lords Appellant, accused each other of treason, leading to a planned trial by combat that Richard halted by exiling both of them. This decision was part of a broader strategy to neutralize potential rivals without direct confrontation. The Parliament of Shrewsbury in 1398 underscored Richard's authoritarian rule by nullifying the acts of the merciless Parliament and delegating extensive powers to a small group of the king's supporters, effectively sidelining the traditional role of the Parliament. The situation escalated following the death of John of Gaunt in 1399, when Richard chose to confiscate the Lancaster estates and extend Bolingbroke's exile indefinitely, a move that alienated not only the Lancasters but also many other nobles. It was this decision that set the stage for the conflict in the future, as Bolingbroke had substantial support both domestically and from foreign allies. Richard's subsequent departure for an expedition in Ireland in 1399 left the kingdom in a bit of a precarious spot, with significant discontent brewing among the nobility and the populace. This would soon lead to Bolingbroke's return and a formidable challenge to Richard's reign. While Richard's rule in the final years were marked by an unprecedented consolidation of power, fostering a distinct court culture that significantly deviated from traditional English monarchical practices. This shift was somewhat evident in the change of royal address from Highness to Royal Majesty or High Majesty, reflecting a deliberate elevation of the king's status to a more divine and untouchable level, mirroring the continental court's influences. Richard's lengthy, silent presences on the throne during solemn festivals were a testament to this new regal persona, demanding reverence and physical demonstrations of submission from his subjects. This transformation at court and kingship was undoubtedly shaped by Richard's experiences during his formative years, marked by challenges such as the Peasants' Revolt and the confrontations with the Lords Appellant. These events profoundly impacted his perspective on royal authority and governance, steering him away from the military-centric court of his grandfather Edward III, the Black Prince. Richard saw Edward's close ties with the military nobility as a potential threat to royal power, leading him to forego a martial court in favor of establishing peace with France and reducing his reliance on the nobility. To circumvent the traditional power structures, Richard developed a substantial private military retinue, which was unprecedented in size for an English king, and distinctively marked the White Hart badge with the White Hart badge, symbolizing loyalty directly to him rather than the feudal system. This move allowed him more autonomy from the noble class and enabled him to foster a court atmosphere where culture and the arts rather than martial exploits were celebrated. This approach not only isolated him from traditional power bases of the monarchy, but also allowed him to project an image of a monarch who was above the common fray of politics and warfare. His reign significantly shaped the culture of England through his patronage and personal interests, which extended beyond mere political governance. His efforts to cultivate a majestic royal image were unprecedented, involving the commissioning of panel paintings that depicted him with a regal grandeur. Notable among these is the Wilton diptych, a prime example of the courtly international Gothic style that flourished on continental courts. This diptych, likely intended as a portable altarpiece for Richard's Irish campaign, reflects a broader cultural influence that Richard embraced gladly, drawing from the artistic innovations seen in that day's Prague and Paris. The king's investment in the arts was not limited to paintings, however. His expenditure on jewelry, textiles, and metalwork dwarfed his spending on the visual arts, suggesting a penchant for the tangible expressions of wealth and power. While unfortunately only a few artifacts directly connected to him have survived, except perhaps a crown believed to have belonged to his wife, his first wife, that being Anne of Bohemia, described as a masterpiece of Gothic goldsmithing. In terms of architecture, his ambitions were manifested in his grand project of rebuilding Westminster Hall, inspired perhaps by John of Gaunt's work at the Kenilworth Castle. Richard transformed the hall into a monumental space that reflected his authority and personal likes and dislikes. The introduction of the innovative hammer beam roof allowed the merging of 3 aisles into a single vast hall, topped with a dais where Richard could preside over the court in isolated splendor. Literature also flourished under Richard's reign, particularly through figures like Geoffrey Chaucer and John Gower, both of whom benefited the cultured environment of the court. You might know Geoffrey Chaucer from, I don't know, such... yes, the film The Knight's Tale. I'm sure many of you have watched that. Rest in peace, Heath Ledger, one of my countrymen. While direct evidence of Richard's patronage of poetry is pretty rare, the thriving literary culture of his court indirectly fostered the development of the English language as a vehicle for sophisticated artistic expression. Indeed, Chaucer, serving in various capacities under Richard, produced much of his renowned work during this period. Similarly, Gower, initially commissioned by Richard, contributed to the era's literary richness, although his later works reflected a growing disenchantment with the king. Furthermore, Richard's interest in the esoteric, specifically geomancy, highlights a broader intellectual curiosity and his desire to integrate philosophy, science, and the mystical into the cultural fabric of his reign. Well, in June 1399, as Richard was away in Ireland, Henry Bolingbroke, who had been exiled by Richard, landed at Ravenspur, Yorkshire, with the aim of reclaiming his inheritance. His landing was facilitated by Louis I, the Duke of Orleans, who controlled the French court and saw political advantage in destabilizing England. Bolingbroke's claim that he sought only his inheritance won him the neutrality of Henry Percy, the Earl of Northumberland, and a key regional power broker. As Richard's forces were with him in Ireland, Bolingbroke encountered very little resistance as he advanced southward. Meanwhile, Richard, who was still delayed up in the north, didn't manage to return until the 24th of July, finally landing in Wales and proceeding to Conway for negotiations. By the 19th of August 1399, Richard had surrendered to Bolingbroke at Flint Castle, leading to his imprisonment in the Tower of London by the 1st of September. Bolingbroke's challenge now was to justify his claim to the throne over the rightful heir, Edmund Mortimer, the Earl of March. The solution lay in emphasizing Bolingbroke's direct male line descendant from John of Gaunt, contrasting with March's descent through a female line. Thus, Parliament convened on the 30th of September, where Richard's abdication was presented as voluntary, though alternative accounts suggest it was a more contentious relinquishment. The formal deposition took place through the acceptance of the 33 articles detailing Richard's unsuitability as a monarch, leading to his formal removal on the 1st of October and Bolingbroke's coronation as Henry IV on October the 13th. However, Richard's survival posed a threat to the new king, illustrated by the foiled Epiphany Rising, a plot aimed to restore him to the throne which did not get very far. This, of course, led to the decision to take the easy option and simply eliminate Richard, who reportedly died of starvation in Pontefract Castle around the 14th of February, the year 1400. His death was confirmed with his body displayed at St. Paul's Cathedral, and later buried in King's Langley, although there were a few rumors of his survival. The rumors continued to circulate, fueled by sightings of an impostor in Scotland. This figure was used in various plots against Henry IV, but was dismissed as a mentally ill beggar by the time of his death in 1419. Henry V, seeking to quell these rumours and atone for the reputed regicide, reinterred Richard's remains in Westminster Abbey in 1413, alongside his first wife Anne, in a tomb Richard had commissioned, bringing a dignified end to the story of his chaotic reign. Now before we go, we've just got a few last-minute notes on Richard's character, because we can't just leave it there, can't we? Well, though physically described as beautiful, with a white, rounded, and feminine face, he was known for his intellectual prowess and cultural patronage, rather than martial capabilities. His reign saw significant development in the arts, including architecture and literature, with his court fostering this refined atmosphere that had never really been seen before. Unlike the warrior kings before him, Richard's interest lay in tournaments and hunting, rather than any battlefield conquests. He was a devoted follower of Edward the Confessor's cult, famously impaling his arms with the mythical arms of the Confessor, showing orthodox religious inclinations, vehemently opposing the Lollard heresy toward the end of his reign. Well, despite all of these contributions and administrative ambitions, Richard's reign is often viewed through the lens of Shakespeare's later dramatization, which portrays him as a flawed monarch whose rule precipitated civil strife. This narrative, enduring in Tudor historiography, links his perceived misrule directly to the Wars of the Roses. Modern historiography has somewhat questioned this connection, however, suggesting a more nuanced evaluation of his political actions, independent of the conflicts that followed. Now, the debate over Richard's mental health shows another aspect of his complex legacy. Early historians like Bishop Stubbs posited that Richard suffered from mental imbalances, a theory expanded into claims of schizophrenia by later scholars. However, contemporary historians, noting the lack of solid historical evidence for such diagnoses, have largely rejected this pathologization of Richard's behavior. Instead, attributes such as good old narcissism and possibly a deteriorating grip on reality towards his reign's end are considered within the context of political pressures and personal challenges. His political strategies, particularly his efforts to centralize power and his lavish court expenditures, have been critiqued for their execution rather than their intent. His reliance on private retinue and the patronage of favored courtiers alienated the traditional nobility and proved to be quite costly, undermining his popularity and effectiveness as a ruler. His policies, while innovative in some respects, failed to reduce the fiscal burdens of his subjects, or even to secure lasting loyalty among the broader aristocracy. This disjunction between ambition and practical governance, coupled with his strange response to dissent, well, that was what ultimately led to his downfall. Well, thank you very much for listening. I'd like to thank my top-tier patron subscribers at Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey and Susan. Thank you very much for supporting me. If you'd like to do so too, well, you know what to do. But until then, thank you once more for joining me on another exciting episode. And I'll see you tomorrow. Who knows what we'll talk about. still working our way through the fascinating medieval era. Thank you very much. Good night.